Round of applause for the team as they make their way here onto the stage.
Congratulations, Obi and the team.
Mamendas na mefa kunya osu enchia etifo nyina muti Ekosiisen dwumadi na ebedo so as because Asempa Asempa nyina so efi etifo and me gigi so fa Ghana fa na nyina obi a radio eda a woti na adwuma pa maye da be premisa mrenti memsa ma muni adwuma fo mpenifo nyina
yo ma me kan Ekosiisen ma muti nkwa na no enyonyamwa yedi ashtem eduma pa mo yene award ma monya nigidi pa se dance efe Ekosiisen Asempa monso Ghana ebi ma men kebino mu pia mo ma kwani titru sani amode akan kasa ye eduma ebia wo bia otiti ase na ansem tu kwan ekonenam America New York abonten taxi am fire na dipakon otie Ekosiisen ewo taxi no emu eye me wanwa na nso nyina aka ho bi na ya bomo abaso amamon abonso body no ewrade won stram na omwa
amen
ya ewe ye nemi
ya da mejina ha mi boafu miansi yankodem hodam nkotso ne ma na atai monhwa enyina ya wo Ghana na muntimi mboaye se bibisi a muntimi mboaye de aya ya papa monhwe monhwe mombra aya sa fitiendura ye bedroom nyina monhwe nsuo ase bibia mi bra nsuo no na ayire ni sana oyare da ho no amani asma sorry se ye anything ye wo Ghana fo muntimi mboa ye se bibiti a eye yaw ye nyina na ye votu mama ende wo ti akonwa so na se bibisi a Rollins ti ase no se BBC nso yi nkofo yetimi hu Rollins nende se BBC a yentimi hu mama eni ni so nsuo ni toye no ye fie ha nyina ye ma but antimi anwra ye dem ti sese ende ase ye bibia emu ye duane a ye be di nyina nsuo ase no aden eye boni ben a ye ntimi hu opan ni bia antimi ampie amba jiji yakoma so ama ambe kahwe antre ye kotoku na e ho no ye ntuma ni ye ntare na egumu aden eye boni ben mpanifo bi pontimi mpie no membe juju yakuma yankaso mbe bibi pomaye obe juju nipa no kuma ye hu se yesu mudwi ye hu ana mubu ye mudwi ye hu no ana afiti endura ya srogesa bebe e bedapo yanya yetimi tukwa ikokro bi no so nsuo yi nkrofo a omutimi ka se mumbra yanya hotel hamam munkoda na adinchi ye den nsuo no ye gina nsuo no sama ade asa Adiachi, Ade Bonnie Ben.
Oh, brother, Assembly, your copy will be with you, and me by then and now. Me a driver and me run it to Accra. No pay a ban and Swiss starting Kaka, me better soon fiti. I'm a Samamba, and it's a medical sink of Accra, me by me ban and packet car and so. Me charming Kakra, and then soon a Yakakra. Me ban a moose and sooner. I say, a Yuba Kakra, I say, before so piano. One say, yes, station no more on Manancasano. Baby, I say piano, a hono, I say, honest sloop, I can't say so no, or don't hear this Anna. Say, Upia, like a honey mudo. And Tiama, yes, you be paying, yea, maybe Loduco Sunti, and baby, I want a year war. I no cry, and I'll be Piacono, or more when you know my mouth, I will almost some for some piano, Omunia to Wausha. Once a year, na ya baba ka on musino. I think I'm to say station once a hano senka omu de no. And come kwam you no to for emergency bi senka bi senka hasen nka kwan ebida nka ya ejan na yetimi pie. Etama yetimi pie me ka na ka on musen so na yira akomu nyina ye nyina ejejan nyina ye ka saka o. So na tai ka no esi ano me bonya me pa se ebia me engineer se keke. Say one year may be brave, you better say, yeah, I be a bit may, and as I answered, as you said, Cotoin you from Indian, a best say. Tisiano, Niatuan, Tia Sampan, for say, Sahanum Niseno, anytime you're so far, I be at me there. Almost to me, you can be to us in case of emergency, big company say, Jebby and as a big private my for one and poor. And Kababa and Kaway, Quanda and Kaway, I can't get me pay. The best room of way. Oh, I don't know.
My message is to the peace. Good morning, Ghana. Please, my message is to the La Municipal Assembly, the government of Ghana, and NADMO. Please, this is my house in Chado. My wall is even broken. I have not built in the waterway. My house is not in the waterway. But due to the big gutter that passes through Chado, every house in Chado here is flooded for once in our lifetime. Every house in Chado is flooded. But we can see where the water is. Look at the house. Because water came from the gutter, it overflowed and it came into all of us, our houses. We have to house other people in our houses for them to go up and take shelter. Please, the government of Ghana, this gutter have to be constructed. The gutter have to be constructed to site and property. Please, this is my wall. It broke down. You can see clearly I'm not in the waterway. But because the big gutter got full up, it overflowed and came into all the houses around. Everybody in Chado is complaining of flood. And I believe if the gutter is constructed, we will be free. And Ghanaians, let's stop dumping rubbish in the gutters. Because now the gutters are not able to go. So it comes back to our houses to come and harm us. Please, President Mahama, this is possible. It is possible. Let's construct the gutter to save lives and property. Thank you.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
Kana
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM
2:23 p.m. Ekosiisen Jumadie Esuni aha eye Asempa 94.7 Efrisabre Ekosiisen no sia enefa ebebo eye 6:30 p.m. Yedi Jumadie ebesomwo enseme kwaso maimu ne de edroson na de wose eka ho asema wiei yebeka Yena oboade na se ayene pe ene nadum wahye so na wama adepa bi achen enawia abeto ye na eye July 2nd 2026 enti wode ye wie abosumi nsia ewa fiwe mu ye hye abosumi nsia fofrase ye mpa ebode so no an kra yen kakran no mfa ye wie ene yaba we are live on YouTube Asempa 94.7 enti ubetumi adwene yen ewo ho hwan ena oton krama na wiei hwan na celebrate ne birthday na ehina wo hye free fa odin bra babia wo hye free ye bebo so ena ye ya woda enti community concern ye de beba issues no edroson enkomodie so a ebekoso enawia no menim se nano joda ensuo yiri fa ye nyina ensuo eyiri fa ye nyina emu nkomo adroson babia kwakogina eye nsem bia mpanyifo bi hyase se wo mo keka emu bi eye yera Steve Mantia o emu bi eye yera Franklin Kujo eye Garrett project a abandada no hyase in 2019 the narrative ebra enso yiri fa yen na as usual as a country blame game faso bobo de watwamuko faso bobo de waba wanya adwuma no obi kra disika the likes of your mama Sisi Abena pa wo mudin ba mu ene ade na Garrett project no abaye an issue a of concern to bibia wo ye Ganani sasika $200 million at $350 million a World Bank funded project and your money sika and ye dear Garrett no a World Bank and disika ebre yesi yemfanye nti project no na ne focus ye den from 2019 to 2025 and I said 2024 almost 25 because it was January 2025 na Beka se take over no ekoso nti for 5 good years edi adwuma na bandada no eyeye on garage projects our shas ye no stages of completion na ye hefa ehun komo no ehyasie seba enu abeka ya meni yewra Martin ajemensa kosa edin komo ewe Ekosiisen dwumadi so ema omaye breakdown of project omo hyase sika omo digya ho change of government baye the expectation na nanke was finance minister agency kanim ne yede project no enani nyina aka sinsimu adwuma nkoso eyedi ntia sika no finance minister watena so etisa anasentisa World Bank de report about in May 2026 on Sagari project no they all can say last year Ensisaya finance minister edigu akwanso a na eye fiscal measures eka ho bi enama project no entumi nkɔnanim enti yakwaya na se baye over a year and a half project ba bi edruye egusu wo honma with the same state as say biaka ho ye hear the same amount and ye de awie ana setesen ye bedi no so ehun komo enra Thanksgiving eno no eye national Thanksgiving ye koso no mampani na bedi akire abamu mpanyi 30 ebebo no enyumaku ebo ye chidom ye was sense of our time eye Kelchaco toothpaste Franco Trading Enterprise ena tabia heba mixture mahia some segment ene Oman hine kwabna sante watena se Ecobank Ghana ena Haxa capsules and mixer ena ebo ichidom na 101 segment no so edeba eye interviews trending issues ye no eye syntax tank ena etachri discussion segment ena beba so eye max by ena saso spray Oman hine kwa Abena sante atenase na we will see happy birthday to the most hardworking deputy youth organizer we efri ohiniba ni Kwame Danso Junior incoming Greater Accra Regional Communication Director Odema Felix Adombre Apoloka ene na woda oye deputy youth organizer ewo Ayawaso East constituency. Felix, happy birthday to you. Nyame hira oma yedie enkwatenten ene apomodin papa oman Mahai kakitu ebe kam machi. Mahai man.
Mejoso.
Bacho boko de.
Well, onyame adom bi eboko ayi boni abaya. Honestly speaking, wetimi asha kotade we no abetena Ekosiisen so na udi juma eso ani yepa ema the multimedia brand ene Ekosiisen team led by Dominic Isieboa amene obi ye ka ho bi nti ye da se pi
esme da se o man
easy say obaba betina konyenim na odi akwa kopim se no nsia bebo apem na afi say on top of what you are talking about nti ye da se pa we akire say the be matimi ye no oba betimi aye kora ma sometimes and most of the time no e betimi aboso nti onyame nkoso show din
amen
o ma sa hodin na kokuduru no ene ene munyame nim say
amen
wa betina so inaka kra wo tina so nioma befa wachi ni wani ubo ampa emotion but because a part of the journey to make you who God wants you to be inti ni na no e adehia kase sese onya
but yes bedasi
ye ni sa ni eda nyame ase because odi atwa first 6 months na wi
Asempa
the second one 6 months a day ni kopem December no enya adwuma keto anti biribia da kwanya bi ebenya no na yasiro nyame se onkai ye no onkai oman ni mu mpanyimfo ni oman ni mu nipa na onkai oman Ghana if we say so nyame amambia enema bebre wa ebetochi nti ene second day July bosome no
yeah
kakra onyame de yetwa ene wohwe baabi a yewo ne baabi a yegina na enema bebre wo hono ma onyame ayibi so still there's a lot to be done ewie me nkomo no begina me patropi me nkomo no begina ne ma be enai bi so na afi mama akwa ma watimi ayo various interviews I been say no pese oye
okay
dedi kama mentwe empayfo adwene sisu se ufri standards board ba Otraku hotel na patro because the popular name that is associated with the hotel that friends and Otraku hotel na ubedu airport bypass na traffic light be for the past 1 year ni and ombe 2 year and ombe koy say him for the be 2 years say for the be 2 years e be sinne
yen farmer back
and create a lot of inconvenience. Was Sabia or say, Ufri baby, I make airport bypass be on Ben Grenada Honum baby, na making 2 hours sound. Na canina traffic light be or opposed voltage now. Yeka say de almost a year and even plus more. Ombe free honum no. Enya dia omode saa de no aba nti ye twa omadwene asisu se omonhwe na omontu ho anamo.
Okay.
Ye tosu biem enso ye say odi wani chire in Crime Mountain so a emiamia bebre honum especially East Legon. Odi free East Legon Executive Club honum omo park bia omo si wo ho any air corner major stores ni event centers bebre eba biwura a sport bi so say for instance Republic Bows and so East Legon baby and other huge buildings are epeja mu ewo East Legon de enya wonko a but me use hono for a specific reason the entire makers as they say no ekwan say double road kwana most of these shops no most of these event centers no most of these parks no akwaye baby a omonko for mo parking na no Oma for kwani back.
To car park.
Yes, car park.
Okay.
And that be peja mu wasabia onyina car park. They have assumed that car park na legitimately say ye fa so nearby. Oma for back. Omo nyina for back. Eti ebeba be rain kobo bi ampese medini assemblies no wona okeka ne modembo ene ko omo fa so omo boy. Eti mesre it's not just about East Legon nko a mia bebre nipa bebre take a lot of things for granted. Se u peja stores esiho se u peja offices esiho se u peja event center esiho o de bar bi na restaurant bi ba you've not made provision for sadewi e kwan na use ayede koba no sa kwan no ana wama o customers or clients no afa sa kwan ne ba ko enti e kwan double road kran na East Legon Oko council suza na ya sefofo and you're asking yourself we quite a share East Legon police station now most of these offices event centers beer bars lounges and all those things oma fa kwan back ana ye nhwe sa
banka de papa mu so anke say we consider car park and
no of course they inconvenience us and they insult us back ono na wo ya ade na anye no wo na akotwe na adwesi no odi watem sa aka
because soon to be
so what you say enti
no big man
yeah no kura pa ne say sometimes assemblies in komo aye di ni nyina no we nyina be kam bio because ontimi mfiti prekope aye je hwesofo ni omanim sa na akwa obi a sori a de ono ape na oye because nanda me ka kire o imponchi ni nwaye ni nantwie da so twam airport to Kumasi ntwamu na no moto we ya enua OPD yeah moto ya naju za briwe mu na ye ni so atan ya ye hu baby e no ama for that so release emponchi in fact nantwie enne ya me no kase anopa ya no se o sane free ye kan say Zongo police station no ma o fro be pobi wonom no nantwie anopa ya Nima police station sorry Nima police station anopa ya around 10:30 11 nantwie na
enam krum
yeah. So iti omano the chichiri no I don't know now the relevance of some assemblies. That is the challenge we have now. Omani chichiri I don't know the relevance of some assemblies. Again me ba in command no be DB. Adia ba kwa me ye hu enso ne say. In fact me hu ne say. Say ya mpepa ye ho chow na ya fa ye mfom so anje chichiri ye ho a. the development or the forward march of this country, it will be difficult, especially when a year man yosem and some of my broso ebisine. I will be a person justify an amuntu and a castle kind. So I casa do na the yaudini or how in your bibra one about you. And you may fa a memu nin sema omukaye.
In opposition.
In opposition.
Okay.
So clearly, and your money say butu abesho money. It is when they want to justify, and what I don't want them to justify is referencing the New Patriotic Party. Say semutimi ya. Baby, I drew. If that is going to be the response of us, semutimi ya. And now me share video be. Dom kasia ano dafo yewura yarega na o church and sembia chirera afenyo na o kase te said ye o ma abemu da na anu ya no mu free abemu na nti committing 2 years I bibia na. That's not the best of response for us. So you can measure the NDC by the things they said in opposition now. They should get out of where they sit now. It is a yantia say one, people are disappointed in politicians, especially one night test what it was about to say. Two, that point of referencing that's all in here. You can see a reference in here, and they will go back. You come from our crowd. You never got shot here in 1992. Yeah, buy no. Yeah, about twaso. Yeah, buy or buy. Yeah, heard your twaso. Yeah, BCC. Is that how we build the country? Is that cannot be the point? It is here, I didn't see a pim conkai, never see it me teaching of mine, more mine could do baby so did ya. Yanyasa reference, then PP reference is shameful. Said no, we end this in any dinkoba, not chinchi, our casa, MPP in the Quazo Casabidia. Man, more real, if you say, what child you feel watching? When you are dumb, could I watch your Quran and you feel what you go? Yeah. When you go, also by a slave, but corner to because I want to be in Kabi, so also to be in the year. I can also be a MPP, so no banner party with them and can be doer. The two political parties, especially the NDC, they gave us certain promises. They gave us certain social contracts. A reset. And no man, they should not make time for even the MPP to have room to operate. And I think by now, no more some say, dear my ya. Assistant Ghana calling bear baku miensa. I want me for Ghana and Kudu Sam Pempezono. Yea, ya bad Diane ye trim upon you, papa. Ya done in the Ghana SR resetting. Ya mamma Aquania, Ekra Mamunya Binka. Did you say ye piano as a say? Sani Huno. Yes, our quantity. Okay. Yes, our quantity. Because the least opportunity most of the NDC communicators will get. Referencing is that now more mutra home fear watching and another more country and say yentra home fear watching and Sunny Timasha says ye casa. If we say you were an interior minister with me catch as a Californian po in so Californian po. One more we are the four about my music as I to we are secret Ghana Californian po state. One more at dear who ne one name dear was soon in ano Omukrampo. Sebi, ensure want to sebi, ensure uniform. Men are media to not ye Ghana for. That is the inference. Just say ye need to me be a class inference. Because you're crying. Say a shall say a casa said ya. And no mind the Becosua bunu tate for that. Because as a son, who interior minister of a opposition. Oko opposition the wo no te so akonyamu no obe repeat the same now what power no there now catch re so catch re say California mpo enso yiri for na enso yiri a obe catch say dey enkotu anamo ana. So that cannot be the solution for our problem. It can be ana yan share NDC for say change na 2 years ya akosu sabe untimi for 2 years no and solve almost every needed problem. There ye can say tibia e wo mu no enya papa emaye eno na Ghana fo enya mumu gidie abeka kire mo se mo na sese mo de ekobo sha asase so eti mo ne ye ne mo na mo nto ene bibia mo ye bia mo nyama ne ena di se mo ni abre mo de ekwa asase so Ghana fo dodo na sebe ye ho be hare ye but the ye entirely a different scenario. Blame game akodi garisika yerisika ba o man go he amgo je no modiska ana we dey say kesi ladapa ana we do mko ye say ana sanitation o ye say ana ministry na if we want to play back voices of this current administration on even flooding alone let alone other areas of Mukasafa, we will all go missing. Obia will not get that moral right to be talking today. It's a man yourself, no. There's too much dishonesty. There's too much entrenched positions. It will get in solutions, no. And I think because people in what was no. Honestly, bomb pies or banons, reference say, Munya Quanya said, Muslim stop you know. Mutu stop on na. Adam Mubakacha say yababem just 1 year, 2 years. Must say bibia the usual slogan on the him. NDC Babi take over from MPP. Bibia down. Grebu and papa. MPP Babi take over from NDC. Bibia shares from Omano. Yes, I did Chimu your IC. Omania Wuani. What are we doing to ourselves?
A man me major challenge JSA blame gamer amanyo Ford yana omodigana for adwin ediagro. Because me say you needed to be in power and someone who the challenger ye face as man. You knew it. That is why I manifest to say me ba be solve sa problem we. Unless someone say no some ye manifesto na. Omuma yenya we say me here 12 years. And as a challenge we na ma realize no media be solve. Me here 8 years. Me here 6 years. Because sawoba wo ka kire Ghana for say a reset. O babe niema ankoyia na Ghana for wofo no. O babe reset amana ye papa. Na wo bedru na be ka kire me say eye 1 year pe. Na be ka kire me say eye 1.5 year pe. Do you need 15 years? 8 years? The whole of 4 years no. And sana Ghana for to me say complaining na.
Well, and I make a choice. I make it's the same thing. People are not responsible for offices that they find themselves in. I don't pay many din komo. In the midst of all your MMDCs to be more modern. Yeah, we were able to single out some of them.
Yeah,
key amongst them. Yeah, Ali does a Halidunu, the war, Ayawasu East. The Cassan modern bo, and yan na obedans adi wedi. The basic challenge we have today, a non-performing, inefficient, and lack of that effectiveness on the part of the assemblies. The assemblies in the matter. The assemblies no matter. Assemblies totally shut down. Because the local governance, amamwone aye no wase onom yetiase wo year. Potem obia nim the problem. Etuwa wa ya wasu east, o problem down so. Wa west e down so. Wa ga east e down so. Wa ga west e down so. Wa miamia do obia de down so. If we tackle it from those angles and from those bases, there's no need because it's so password. That's where we reference to sector minister, Abia Works and Housing. And one of the moments I Works and Housing Ministry eventually non-existence at this very particular time.
Mabincha Kenneth, that me who say
non-existence.
Or company who helicopter mono.
Yes,
I was surprised
because
you Works and Housing Minister.
Who say our at the year completely at the Works and Housing Ministry.
Clearly, your man.
So it is they be Adameka. Moya na fe ye hu se afi hwehwenim na emude. Obi giransuom, obi giramwiem, obi kan kranhyasem, anopa we se otie nkomo aye dia. Nipa eni omadi nkomo eno kra no ye the number atudwa. Wa wo kọ how bim no. Let us just put it out there. Ebia no obi wo moa bia because that 3 million government even talks about in there. Chicken change for challenges amount for good. Obi 18 shops ashe. Ye ni pa ya hwefro ye mfa ma because no kwa de ye hu hwea enye yi sika bia odi mama bia no enye yi obi 15 shops ashe obi whole poultry farming ko be 5,000 beds ko sua 300 crates or so the sika odi ko to feed a good baby obi ne yere fashion shop amabie completely gone young guy akofa fiefu for hotel on ne yere Bibia gone down. Obini ni ma for. And now you can say, Doctor near ono suni dan yina insu atwa faswa. Baby or damn you'll be shocked. You can say people still don't have a place to live.
Yeah.
You know direction bia from Nadbu and asa ban agency bia country say. Mo sa bia we no. Monko this particular area. Monko this particular area. Abaya bosisi Nadbu abosisi bi wa. It for the time being no. Mo ho answer because how they can guarantee. Say, they no mo sa kan ya say. Insu ne muna. enti munkope munhye dem mamumpie munhye dem mamumpie nehye dem enso no dana munso yiri fam
yes
enti ankwan enti aban fa wiem nyina no wa ntimi identify certain places in Accra here ga west for betimi akọ ga east for betimi akọ abosese kakra for the time being because yenya bibiasa how are we solving the problem
or the scare by 350 million.
That is nothing to write home about. Nyoma nipa go through no e be irreplaceable. Eti mesre yenya manyo sema ohobeba mfa so dia bre o mining any money for but ayamanyo sema na ye no obi e pre ni dia koram because ukowura manyo sema wi a enkontabu onye wasem biem nipa ebre enye wasem biem nipa tete ni onko danda enye wasem biem de onima se se o yan se o ye nhwehwe anim na de bi adane bloggers di wachi a utwitwa nyoma o num kafia na watwa bre o se shu foforo na watwa bre o se fulanku sema na approach it nim say na o de akire. This is exactly what is going on. There's too much fun in governance this time around. Too much fun. Too much fun. It's just to show off another day. Reality is that you said by ye juma mo my Ghana and Timin Konkai. Stop the comparison. Stop it. Stop now where Hono Ban and Koye say stop it. You are there. Check it. Because that is why ye bo man be break it down. Baby who Maya Charles Bisu 20,000 Ghana cedi. Omaya bo OSP hooker for 7 years. 20,000 Ghana cedi bribery allegation. We've not come to a conclusion. Nesika kwa you invest in the 20,000 up and down on the part of OSP. We're not bothered about Charles Bisu. But 20,000 bribery allegation are running for 7 years in this country. What are we doing? Why? How? Why? I don't know. I am very scanty. Omaya Bobby said it to my foka. Very scanty resources, but you wasted a lot of the money. We waste a lot of the money. Ubejina odona yankasa soa. Abai bai okacho bia anamo watu in terms of sika or the across or the clear sa odona anymore. It's not different from what the MPP did. Asensu Boachi Breso. Over 400 and something million. Desilting and making sure say odona no ebeyi odona dey lie. So yesremo mu pia ye kwa kakra in short tap on chani pe no koje wo. Wana montu na mutu nyina no aban especially this government. If you have Ghanaians at heart, if you mean your reset, and then Papa Chomon go back to your drawing board. Because me mentia sense say when you raise criticisms, now they don't agree to, now they want to fight you, now they want to insult you. What is this? What is this?
Normal.
And yet, a day way abnormal. We should not accept to say normal. And then when you raise important issues, it doesn't matter how it makes the government look. Once that issue raised is in the interest of the country called Ghana and your governance, you have to support what we are doing. But in opposition, we raised all these manner of issues. You came to us. You joined hands.
Yes.
You promised us. Say mo nyesa nyoma we aban we eyenibi. Na den dia na asesa. Dia na asesa.
Said the position as a
no.
At the time it was in opposition.
But that is where the challenge is.
Opposition
that is where the challenge is. Because with him, the Abena say obedi nkugo no asa babeka say sansem na mo kan nyina no na enu krepa nke tie ya enya wo na wantie na party antos na me yawo e ya daje ni bra wase na ma Ghana ye nyina ya boka enema bebre wo nom na nke tu ho na mo a yamfa nya amanyo se yamfa nya agudie ya twi nipa so na e bokoko ana ma ehuto nipa so a eka sabre ye nura enema bebre demolitions as abagana ha emu de one etimi sustained. Ramsar site next year obi abesi di dan
ye be sabegina class
kios nyina no next year onyame de chen a obi abeto so asini kios we raise voice pe ompa ban ni ye wo ye nipa bone obi akose wachi
otan aban
dia no
to that extent
dia no and if indeed so office so do mampan pa dia. It is high time you tell Mampai the realities of the situation. And that is what the president suffer for. There be sometimes you can do for. The Edinburgh crater in terms of briefing. Say na me anya wadum amu anya odofo bi ni obi anani da form. Odwene ho no odwene man ho a. You base almost everything you do on this paperwork. That's why Professor Mel Spencer not surprising some of the ministries. Oh, Santa no pie.
To the white Rebecca so on who say,
yes,
Ghana for
yes. Let's say Ghana to be able to do no nyatumi your funti. Yentimi hwe minister nim anase DC nim ana MC nim director general nim enka nche se debio ambrasem aha pa de wo kan ni de wo ye de emo oman no emo wankasa dachi ubebu hu akontati ye careful sa na montuwe sa kasa we sa na ye we sa suwe. Who is there to say this?
No one.
Who is there?
Obi anka.
Obi ani ho. It is oman no yan shase antiase na de biye de ano na brofo tintin the advancement sakana. It's the same script written to Ghanaians every 4 years. It is only the actors that changes. It is a sabre na so for that's mun ba ya omukwa na fe cantata group no maba omukwa na fe ayi obrafo na ba eti ayasem krona no na nipekuo no na asesa Asemba kuna de biada ye ba ni a script no pepepe things will fall apart, the center will not hold, mere anarchy, a loose upon the natural. It will by another things will fall apart, the center will not be holding. It's every 4 or 8 years now. That's what they do to us at our own expense. At our own expense. Yes, one na ema yen etimi ko to something. So mo pensem to me omo ba any berry fish. Omo babenum yensuo eba beda ye dem omo twi kontombre ma eka banku ma yen omo hihye ye bo akese esi ye nneoma kra de ma yen eso ye nneoma ni bi edi twansuo de ma yen ede na asesente ene no o sa nipa no ade na wo ko se obeye ne ye no obenya asa tumi na ese ode ade ne ye no ene ye boso pe na wo chema pai ede na asesa
ntubenka
ede na asesa ede na asesa ede na asesa.
It's so disappointing. So disappointing.
Minister Beko for the camera's visitation to all various air sites are ebi omo ya kwan. No akika nsema kese me ba me terminate we wo ye de adwuma na ma say ni say na wo ntimi nya adwuma na but still go there and see. Minister Probo ko nyina no go back and check the reality on the ground. Eti munyai infonyini bebrebe no. Munyai hwehwani mu bebrebe no. Munyai kasa bebrebe no. And yes, sir, you better try to see the biada akasa sao. Because na abamu nipa na kasa no o charge. Wona uko charge achira abamu nipa no. Abamu nipa na kasa e charge achiro. Edi why never solve your problem there by. Ude mi busa why never solve your problem there by. Why never solve problem there by.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man, my main fan to atie for him see live ewo Asempa 94.7 YouTube. Ye live ewo honti obetumi adjoin yen na efa comment no to na ye community concern etu o concern bia obetumi e de ato mo eye Asempa 94.7 Ekosiisen. We are live on YouTube. The past days no na inya challenge eye technical challenge into no na ye ni live and we are live. Join us on YouTube. Oman issues ye flooding no the aftermath
member flooding so kwa dance ya so kwa
galam say seven no
enso wow uko pristia etututu atutu ama tu prepare nipa mais wansemo uko brekuma the esi wo brekum you see that is why I feel me busa me say so now what do we do that there should be a certain time bia ebetimi akase ja abano kra no yento wo de mo amode wo de obetra so a wa no yenka
you know and because messages and I mean to ababie me last year kra man to aba
because with him
yes
surprisingly
and that's what
Abena beso both parties major ones no Abena beso they are going to eat with us they are going to dine and wine with us in fact all times you know they will come. We have friends in this administration and previous administration. 1 AM you know oh yeah you try and attempt to even cause me pe and assembly no ye me pe clarification bi am so money Bill Clinton
so busy
even our president picks his call no offer the call
yeah
na wona nkasa no ye nantwie de obaje franco ye twa firi ho podua no ana wona uton nam as a butcher ani ama obi say di podua ni kuta kakra bi ade e be ka won say how many days
eni che
It's the problem no. Say antia say ye besom na e say ye ne ye kosom dia. Ya antia say dishonesty in our politics no enya the papa. Because dishonesty, illegal minor. We have been dishonest to ourselves to the core.
Man, now what he
we have been dishonest to ourselves to the core. Pristia, 2 out of 2 Pristia, and for you Kutamwano. And I have heard the Central Regional Chairman trying to still establish a point. Now President John Dramani Mama and another Danko Kufado. Nyoma yakafa omu kruma. Modnya butre eda so ne ye ko ede ye ba o se de o central Germany said obi ye de obi ka asem enye papa fa ho na ho ne for sansem so na wotumi na won se obetima ko radio station akotum de boys akọ was anya akukudu aka se your boys no omuka biema o boys be ba ho. This person is working because na buy your power and you bounce na buy free power the next administration ba be chi no I say hey what the president you da
persecution
yes da ho and that is why I'm saying it's not fair because we need to address the situation now.
But the disappointment man any police for the disappointing.
As no make one team say.
What you say?
That is why me catch you say. E bre bu anam say na enyumeku ahodo nyina hwe hwemu bo ye ho ban na sefo. Aya na ban mi ba emu nipa no omo ye part of it say na. Agi ewie ye dwumade ni wie ansana etibiri bi ada no obo na ye di ye wo wi ansana.
Na ka chairman kranko so fika so akra san ko back to Cape Coast.
Can you imagine?
A police force ya nche no be see ne ye
nche ye ko. President bi wo ka wo ho a e wa na aye.
Yo.
Se president bi wo ka wo ho a e wa na aye. Eti mesre say isuyiri ya kan wasem ya kan wase free titi ye tira ha mini akuma obi asema ye kan say anya ready say be ma mra ya adwuma enforcement o assembly bylaws ni na ye adwuma assembly bylaws ni na effective MCs ni DCs no one wo tumi a anka nyoma dodo na ankasa no ombitima bra no ase for instance make say e sha hodo ya parko double road so asisi wa obi antua to obi ama assembly no
no man no be my so
obi antua to obi ama assembly
be my so baby I will pack a car
no abeye an inconvenience for us yen ya issue kwan
the number of hours our pack obetu ehun sika assembly business ka be no nya film
assembly ni sika ya assembly wo ti kwan aya was is more tisha kwan no anwa be sumo assembly na sika na ye de man na esua no eno an wasa ko engage nkofo a omre tisa bia no eti se obi apake nyoma bi obi ye kiosk bi oba bi obi si bibi oba bi na mu ntimi ni nkita because e mu hiem ade bia e ba mu hiem no mampanyi aka se wo na wo hweso mame eti yi masu trentem anase sia no kwantem eti assembly for no assembly man for gwanen so boji allowance and assembly man for do do ya say kiosk no mo ko de ma mo ko fu sisi baby no mo so peka credit everything in this country is becoming money obi anka say mempe di obedi o na se eti ha ya adwuma yi e di ebedi ntia the question remains ne kwanso until we get to that point say SSA ne kwanso no then we will continue to suffer. That is the problem. And you balance all case ne yankan so asma de bia da meka chum papa bi na friend no engineer bi for the past 15-20 years almost every radio station especially multimedia among quote is it among
yeah
yes then on card but chum ni why you join say 14 years abuza say e dey na papa ne kan fan su yire
ye gusu ti baby ete
yetia
ensisan bia mai
yetia e dey na sa papa no ne nim di o even kwabreje e Japan
yeah engineer
almost every interview benye piano he talks about the structure I work around say the air ye be bro in fact the last conversation I have with Ekosiisen Adom FM so he was vehemently opposed to Achimota Forest under his administration and Ramsar site omod twam amanfodi no be so kan wo ahemfuni bi and now they say dean of MMDCs for Greater Accra I say no be so complicit
no one himself
hana de anya de sese okoto why nana
o kana se menye
onu anim na since when na hinie no kra no omo bre na sesa since when
galam say sem ya so for him
yes intimacy Ghana force here if we know the damage this flooding na cause abusua any nyuma any ekuwa hodwa maybe we will all sit up this time and do what is best for us, starting from local government, each area jurisdiction be a manage ga east, ga west. Because there yakran say in the history of local governance, Abena wosi and asabe release good money. As to whether all these quarters na could do or could do another question altogether. Sika wa be yama sa assemblies in this time round no. Obi a born in same assemblies.
But the Juma na ye.
Juma no eni ekai. Eti mesre ya kasa che the same script. Me say Evans Spencer baby obi a me chia no. Me share side video say Evans, this shows you a senior journalist.
O man unsa no tina
the same script.
Ensiwie and wa be catch say you are assessing.
Script.
Like what are you assessing?
The same script.
Are you not aware?
Website Housing Ministry, you on call for the past 20 years. They know the challenges we face in this country.
Report upon report.
Come on.
Come on.
It is sometimes I don't know. I don't know why they want us to believe that Afena Ensuyirino Abba. It's Afena. The solution to Insuyiri. Mesrao, we NDC near Insuna Faubi.
Yeah.
We MPP near Insuna Faubi.
We need political colors.
So why am I a solution to this challenge? Now you say wa ba it's any wa ba nkwa na the problem ba ya aban bia basa obehwa manipa dodo na asetem ahare omo amaya what is right not what is wrong. That is why I am the say la Madina Kwantana mansin cratch no onya akukuduo epam sa sofo no what can enche 32 na so manipa be 100 ewu a e dey for nche otwa wo be yes
so why adwuma
ade adwuma eti adwuma nti no yeah what's up potem ho nyina no yan nyina no yankwa atwetwi mu ana them say hu ba ku bi the DC and the members that they didn't even attend to him because men am ebu ama NDC ba pa una abu ama NDC ba pa unkwa ho 6 million unkwa ho 6 million
man san yema na ekoso
so until say benya kukudo from I've mentioned them makacho Lankwantana Madina Mensi Krachi yes obo modern ojira na so okan oye dey say so because at that material moment, it's not about Nenche 32. It's about any padudo na what is our bia.
Nasasem no kra na okan, was it even necessary?
It's not about that.
Is it even true? And
so, it's Mr. Ghana. If you be Jina Branapana, the local government structure, no. As I say, your mom, if I say a bambia 4 musumom 2 minutes, 2 minutes, bit much go crack as implementing that 2 minutes, no course, beba. They say, I don't call free ministry, but if you Jubilee House, community.
Okay, Jubilee House.
I don't say,
actually, no, say, none of for me.
Anyway, just a course in the Abadibia.
But to be so say Jubilee House or yes, I course in a winay.
And I'm just say, and now by when quite a mark was above every institution in this country. Uchi obi pe makol ko mimi cha red light mu a na me makodi mra no so amamra na twema so se de fata ba so ma si do twa red light mu a
no ayeko
na okoni baby it is that selectivity no it has been with us time immemorial and that continues to be our problem and so the aye Ghana for no and so me amti ha yankasa the aye me no it misre and so really where should be the last stop end point. Homo parties, Dr. Du, a friend, it should be the last stop for all other years, Beba, and then June 3rd, 11 years or so. Sani pe call at 18 or Homo, Binima 77 Monima, Omuti, Amwa, Chacha, Omonim, Adismiga, Omonsa, Yera Samsala, the Domakwa for God knows 11 years. Compensation for them to even find their feet in this life. A problem for you. Omana Casagrano, Yemfire. Omana Kasa, you know. Omana Kasa, and you know, Obia want to Chadessa, Obia to an Amobia episode to be now you're mercy catching it. Now I'm punching and trade as soon as I'm Oshim. That's only baby, I'll bet you Makogu. Now they're joining the Kwakoma school for and I say, play one on their fias and no, I will take a cry. I know my name, Mokrana. Then what are we doing? It is Mr. These current crop of leaders, they should not come and complain to us. They shouldn't. If they want to complain, they should bring solutions, not complaints. DC for the MCs for Mr. Mamon be church move because quiet benina from Aboba to Abokobi stretch. Illegal stretches, no. A chassis, no, baby so chassis and ne. It is the chassis and no, they are not money to found. In fact, Yanka say news I Mia baby Mudan Adum. Obi a Budan, Adiachi and Anani Parasa Pija Dynasty.
Oh, Pija, an assembly to be Herman and Assembly
Gram na picture. Assembly Gram na picture. It is Mr. Say the Jawa. The NDC. Please, let us believe in your reset. Do things that will demonstrate that ampa. In fact, you want to hear dear, you need to get dear. But I create a media family. You did 2 and more set na effata. And I beg those people who always text us that Atu is not releasing. Mr. Mo, moko meetings, and I'm moko meeting. Say no crazy Atu is not releasing there. Na me na obe kanu me drube me ya se ba betra na makasa. Na maka ne kwaso aka ne kure ne akokudru fam.
But omanade na se wo ya manyoni.
Yeah.
Na bibi koso within na nye papa. Esro wo mu se obeka.
Na I know you say nye abanwe nko a.
I know.
Say nye abanwe nko.
Politicians in general.
Yeah, nye abanwe nko.
Especially those in government.
But me na make us abanwe no. Mesre. One I text here saying to me Atu emwa Atu release no. Atu no sebi Dr. Atu force onye president o. Sebi.
So no hwese.
O seven man penny interest. It is a man penny no enim se sa na ekoso. Na se man penny no emi na no nkasa ade a. Na me na obeka chem nka me nka to say o release the sika bia fa mo bia no bia fa na juma na. I can only if it is true because they are saying it. They are saying it.
Sikane ma.
Sika Atu release it. Eti minim poti.
Say sikane nko institutions.
Yes, minim.
And institutions also because social to say.
I think one of these days,
yeah.
The finance minister should also take some time to do a release and appropriate sika hudu awatimi ediama asroya hudu nyina no for us to really know ebi so osro because the first step will take you no backfire.
Agric ministry that's the point. Back and forth.
So what I said, that's the point. It is omunya adaji no mukotena cabinet dia. Some of these challenges no they should address them because NDC for me remind them. You can't say oh omo adwene oh omo tuatua so oh omo kasado oh obi na show machi oh stomach journalist oh I can't say you can't say and nothing on man pay go say fear na create me fanya hwebim because the crisis next year NDC na kasa so be internal elections next 2 years no nyame de chen na abato no na aso no I feel Abena that Jaji Money Development one. There be quite a bit for Obe convince me any Abena Opokua say Yemetuma NDC and I entuma MPP and I CPP and I entuma a party for you said Yebeya a honor saben a convincing time. It's a project do na Kasabeka is the same and they made the answer tewufo sa yantrasi ya Edwada omobenye omse. It's Misre Debia da meka Asempa ko. Mampenyi bia ni ho a and I hear people saying that mo bia President John Dramani Mana onye hwe na na ha na adoku ono de ono ba de na na wai. Said John Mahama His Excellency Ghana mampenyi beka say oba ko atia ni oma bebre a edi edem no sa so na do in opposition no oba no so beka why were we able to criticize and hold Nanado to check and now you think that we don't have that right to criticize President John Dramani Mahama? How is that possible? How is that possible? How is that possible? Then what is my job as a very balanced, fair, bold, courageous journalist? Why can't we do that? More sycophants, fair other friends. More misrepresenting your conversation, but we are not bothered by those things. One day we will go beyond this place. Fum yasi nyoma nyina. Fum ni nyina sa na nyame to nsafrewa. Sa sika na wa wia, sa buo na obu nipa no, na wo de kwa baabi ani kwa. Nyoma bebre ba we nyina no sa na nyame to nsafrewa. Nkontabu ade wanu ye bigger than what you are achieving today. And then I kosi nyina no so obetim de akofo mu akosha 6 feet ni ma. Koso na ye. So governance is not about amassing wealth. It's not about greed. It's not about misrepresentation. It's not about blackmailing. It's not about who intimidating the part. Aden 20,000 bribe allegation, 7 good years.
Ekosiisen Jumadie na ogusua utie no Asempa 94.7 messages no bebre na ede aba na bakubi dia me shall say your friend Kwame Foster or say Ghana for atnase ama amanyofo na eyi institutions ahodo emu akandifo waka electoral commission waka judges waka military officials ene bebre no eka ho iti se emra nya adwuma omani mu a wo se yembleme ye ho na yemblemu ye loss na ye wo se by now amendment ba na some of these institutions no edene ho a enkoba se president edne beyi IGP wabeyi CDS Ebana sana na unipa no president na say
until we get to that point, you know, I don't think he also wants to infer say sebi so kwatena di bia you are the beck and call and at the mercy or conscience. Sebi or conscience.
But
that's what I'm saying. Make us say that's what make us say until are we saying that we don't have principled people in this country? Is that what you want to say?
Man, principle
that people will not kowtow to the whims and caprices of normal.
But power no be man our principles no dey adwuma.
That is why I say do baby. So be a class seminars or your party. Say sebi o mama and papa now say idea way it doesn't inure to the benefit of the bigger populace na. Idea ba kwa dey make no. Ade na idea kukudu to make say ana MPP ta won buy no ana won fa soldier for na police for bebre it yeso ye akukudu mo yeso yemfa yeso yenko fonko soldier ne obi anka say onya Ghana ni o obi anka say onya party ni o. But we should not even attempt to have that mindset. Say no beko police, say no beko soldier, and no beko immigration, and no beko fire service. A buy a horse from there is almost 90%. What kind of country are we building? Any country in Egypt, and you might unimbia yapa, and you might have Bruce and another drug go for no. The same script in Asa Bruce Besine.
Yeah.
The same script.
Nya hayan ya wona parliament e ho semba
ye say
obi afie krade ye say recruitment krade ye ne back door
omo
the party fu ogume hola ekowi atiri aman ye wadwuma ye
the same script
ye wadwuma ye
ya tra haka say contractor for AD yewu if say ye ni sika ye pesika momo contractor for ye kwan Ghana hanema busumi miensa afi busumi ngotwe na kwan nyina agensem
na o san ko pesika
na ya sa de sa contractor for na asotwe bia ni o ni asa ne omo asa ye adwuma e dia asem ni me hu bi da o that we want a change but nyoma be ma insachiraye na ba no ye nya ya adwen se be sa ne ma de bi ada no watimi wakame we na yeye we na anye we na gina ha we na amba we na amfa we na anko we na nsu we na ansere eti sa nyoma na de bi ada ye tworogu ye hu ni aba dokoro boy say bayere boy say we dey say and to we say that's how I'm make two seats then make say what can we do to enjoy a certain stability even in terms of our pricing?
They know.
What can we do?
The politicians
don't come and tell me sir and the person come there say and the way na me ko skuna on masichiribo me papa ko skuna on masichiribo me mama ko skuna on masichiribo. So what are we doing to ourselves? Yenya manyosem yemu mai. Let's stop the sycophancy and the hypocrisy. Ohiri nyankwadaa na edibu man no enyo. Ohiri nyankwadaa na edibu man no enye.
Oman concerning flooding issues aye ka ho asem you know. We say Ghana Health Service Ekosiisen yasin so na eyirisa no eyirisa enniema fafra no doso yentumi modin wo de wa hwensu a eyiriye na no joda wo man yimu. Ebura ne wo fie anase bia wo source of drinking water.
And I'm here to check whether much is be one and so ni nyina ne nema enkoko awu ada ho anad mo for say porty farm no gusu ntwen kopem so ba be examine
yes
pampan ene mo ahodo
ejana bia ahodo e wa hase an so atwe diakọ ba bia gusu ginagina ndi me say ho say the state of yesu amusie yahodo a enso yiri fa ye na ye na mu ekoba oman yapomuden kra no
yeah it's the Ministry of Health first, but it's not just the release.
Yeah,
Minister Sabri we nankasa every time alert is said me true for the Interior Ministry for because the health aspect of we nyina no apomuden unsunso no it should be the biggest priority because when nantwi ahodo awu nkoko ahodo awu amanfo fish ponds enso atwa fa so amanfo fi ahodo janan bia sabe wudidi awia fa cheme esie bi wonu kra nya wo nipa awu dide enso ahodo mu and also bring back to mind say Minister of Interior ade chia amanya nipa dodo mawu me say my update it cannot be true. The Amodiba is not factual. It's not factual.
And counting. It was
just two. That is it. So update is so important.
Yeah.
And maybe they actually perfume. Also within just 10 minutes, no, the ministry is able to put out NIPA 12 says so far. Hey, please. So what is the latest figure now? Please. Do obi anu afan. The animal 350 criteria to even share the 350 still
they say 250 be call Oma Omoni Oma says no na 150 ye quality drains
meaning there's no criteria say the quiet drains and the quiet man nipa on ho kind no e din be 22 sika no any
ombechim 150 omo de be ye mitigation ye flood ne ho nsem na 200 no omo ye affected nipa base over 38,000 no
50 ne beti my yes adwuma we na 150 beti my isa oh minia 150 beti my adwuma we mama ye ni America cray 150 beti my yes adwuma we 150 beti my adwuma we 150 now even Odona nkasa no monies that Ghana government are spending on Odona monies
so
the last bit of the ladder no nipa eti o manim. The last bit of the ladder. It's not me person because assembly is me no ta me ne wo no dia because me ujai me dey be come make go see there circle over head o
you know responsibility
yes ujai me me wa asudie
your conscience
enuntina obi be ka kire o say every rational you so be a rational human be ba ye hu say binum so no there are irrationalities into no ya ye mra kro bia wo ne mra if I kwa akọ ekuo bia kra wo ne mra
yeah
ye mra ni because ye hu say sebi nipa ni bi wo wa o ye ne dien obebu afaso it is a wonso ani amre na wa enforce ano pe na me ka chom yonku bia kojo so ama no abontin wo US of A agye $400 oje busia e o minia ho na di tua minipa minua na say odanyame ase kwase ya mfa na nko na ha me di traffic mo police depot we are kete 3 o'clock makaka be mamu o si ni be mana tatuturu
ajonso
we watanka mu me drone atten say baby o mu goda na mu bibi yamo mo tete mo ka na mo atomo
Amaradio.
What? See the mentality.
Enforcement.
A lot of these cars and radio stations. Me say na me no ka say. Ye na yeru adaba kabre ka say. Wo hwede so na ye almost na hodo no. Wo hwede yes.
So no asolo che say.
Some of them will not come back to life again. Me say it aban ni Ghana for no. Me say mpanyimfo mo di o man nim no. Maybe you don't know how weightier this flood na atima cause of families. Because you can't replace them with anything again. Nyo sika na o 5,000 ade koma ebusu bi ni o nchine bottle ba ko ne o mattress kitwa na baby. People are not coming back to life again. It's only God.
A man me person share video we e ma me de o e call Ablekuma area ho. When so a death trap che say e dan no akase bebuagu.
Siwo.
And I'm told to say e nipa bi atwa ho kwan akwa assembly akọ nadmu se nipa be fra assembly aba be hwe dan se e wo se ye de ehihye wegu akwan so ye budan gu no dabi ene yete ho oman e dadan yi bebu no mesi ubenya leaders se wo man yi mu emu regional minister emu MCE emu interior ene omo keka wo nyina obi adirika beko ho but state wo mu yi no obi ayi nani o man video ne da hon edan na si wono
yeah okay
asie no nyina anwa na wasie no nyina
ayi dan na si nyina
tie sensen ho
wow ayi dan na si nyina ho
sensen ho ewanya old soldier eben church of Beseda ho na dan yisi na enye dan ketwa wo enye dan ketwa asie no enso ni to nyina na ejuri anwani frase eto nyina na ejuri anamuntu a omusi yetu anamon yakwa assembly behwe ye sinadmo behwe wakwa kwatena ase enti wo twen se memfa sika mre wansa na wadwuma wosa wo ye no wakwa ya na oman enesi won
nti we no edi ebiem ye beka we no I don't know
assembly adwuma
we no me ne wo na se ekoye we
da binye ne wo se ekobu
that's the point
assembly
it you won say na MC ono aba we the oman me one me ya so odin me ne wo ya so odin oman adwuma asisi ye no ye nya ejori ye me ne wo asisi etu anamo me ne wo no me power ba na mo
me wo ye wo assembly engineer
yeah me ne wo no dia power na mo
na adwuma ne ye wo
me ne wo dia power na mo
enti anya ye Ablekuma Central na enya area hono no enya so tum constituency Ga Central medase oman Ga Central assembly no ayo madwuma e wo so mokoche na ti wo de dan si ho no ma sie nyina yi enkrofo twa kwan enye so mo ma wonya we enye so mo ma assembly you have been informed
na opese ekono line by line school junction school junction
Medina
Adenta school junction Ashalibutwi
okay
or structure be you no Ekosiisen so more than 3 times so it's you omo plaster omo tiles on ego then me who so my it has come to their attention whether the ministry or so they will go there but they've stopped working it's you now when I would obey share obi this ade bi bremo bompata senior high school or so bompata suku no anim honom no come there AC ho
kan CCM e wo kwasi dwumadwuma mu wo se 6 abo mada ye frewa eni adwo pe kakra ma mi onsan ma be kan yi
because your friend of mine come that enti memba
sa wo so ya hwan woni hɔ mo bia ntumi nya adwuma na na
enti memba
ye wo engineers wo assemblies motete hɔ na command flooding yi ba yi eni ya hodi nipa be responsible ya saki nipa bia
na make kase
enke be ko so witness
say nipa do na so sha ase kasa because ense wo anya yen yako gina assembly since I tackle omo no ense nipa do na kasa na officer make
e na ya assembly usika kra maaye
nya sa apart from sika maaye no say amanyo semni nipa bi esu so mo ye A class personalities maka to say me say every police station is legal oko fasa stretch so akọ PSR Republic ba na ko we say the nipa park cars o na say sa kwan no park cars o e wan kwan na busa MC ni say into ohun say sa kwan we on park car no either say obe create sa lane ni say woni bi obe park obi 30 minutes bia no 50 Ghana city wait ma park ya park and ye hu say kuro no ye nya ho faso ntini ye kasa kra enye yi we develop other areas and ohun say stretcher bi ba on timi ko kan say ma me hwe because no na permit all man permit ma me hwe ade we awoyi ba bia ni pe be ba be sraw no ba bia omo pe be park omo hye no e wo infa ba bi ni ho eti e kwa mu ni taking over if our government structure is going to be effective, the people that we appoint to go and manage various local assemblies, no, there should be people who have the focus and the vision and have the courage. Somebody yet the embrace almost say omunye. And yes, idea every blessed day, the politician will always want a way to manipulate. They will always want a way to manipulate. They will always want to tell a story. And then Evans Akachrain is the same script that is being written over and over and over and over and over and over. Barikasi. Kohwe shune wono no. Kohwe ho akwatwe. Enra me was a Sanctuary Regional Minister Tropos but they've taken decision swift action on Lake Bosumtwe so Sanctuary Regional Minister
agenda 111 project
OMC ya owosa
it was no
nyawe
ohu da
adena ya pese ni adena mu ye di agrosa adena ya no mu sa
amana ya rehu
me de besia na ma fe maka kire Ghana for say obi aso enka na command to niem name Morocco plus 2 other countries and abeko semi-finals no enti
any Colombia
no kwade enka the any Morocco and 2 other countries enti I'm not sure of those countries but the minimum say Ghana and Morocco no yebeka teams na ebeko semi-finals no when I say if you akoma
oh man, we are hoping for the best.
No hope, we are there.
Because we share Enra, I was so disappointed.
Oh, Senegal, and I say Congo.
I'm only Congo, Senegal cried the end of West. Hey, you do about say.
And them Ghana dance, and them ye dance.
A man and dance only yet.
And them ye dance, so say, yeah, no dear.
Shadano Social Cote d'Ivoire.
And I'm just saying, them ye dance, oh, it be a dear dance, you say. Semi-final in Morocco.
The Ghana is star of Africa.
Completely in Morocco.
It's okay. Say no. My prediction then.
Any Colombian. Oh, Debbie. When you're done, I'm the war from the. the minimum say your coach semi final. We have been person make prediction make edit abisi and we never see we dey war form do. Colombia for me me sure say the coach ni cycle no. We are not underestimating Obia but semi final there. The minimum no. We nya bofu bia na be kan.
Ba ye be ko extra time ana.
We don't jiji me makwa cancel me kwa semi coach. The minimum say be ko semi final. It is Chelsea qualified do that. It is semi final penalty at the end extra time they share.
Penalty dey mpe.
And your mistake. The black star of yesterday it's not the black star of today.
Oh man, sa extra time 30 minutes cry mpe.
There be. Me say nyam from so Jitum say.
Man picking crying.
The Jitum say whether extra or no extra, whether penalty or no penalty. Fatu akoma say the only man say you semi final. Because and the penalty you should know.
Oh man mpe.
Or Fatu team say the only man say you semi final.
Now we dey Senegal for chile.
Oh, then now compare it to
Senegal. What you say 2 goals?
Me say.
Hey,
don't compare.
Maybe Senegal, only African champions.
Oh, yeah, man. I say me kasawa. Me say don't compare. Don't compare. The minimum say you semi-final.
But man, no waiting to say national Thanksgiving.
Oh yes. Me who say any pe binimu so chere omadwene say nanka say organizers of the event no omo hold on to it now. Well, many omo entirely nyadwene. The entire make us say on say Adena Esino, apart from say insuna tona yen Yamaho kwan amanedi nya or kwan bibration.
And he for Namaho kwan
Yenina Yamaho kwan ye a candy food. Yes, Yamaho kwan amana yabidu sampe person. And no ye usia kwan say, so call a suma mimi womb. A child say a bring name. It might be a nuisance to you, but a bring name because it be kwana. But for certain interventions, we are not witnessing what we did today. Remember, what kind of madam is African say Kaswaho baby say minor shaker be bas as this into the phone problem cracks and baba the hotel munasifuna and I make us say adi name. Yen fasida emenyame. No crane say you might think say esen komo hold you almost suspended just to attach agency to a year adia akoso so. Me no be ya dwo kwan bi so. But ensure that and say sir. Yeah, I do baby so. Yeah, me my home from Makakrebi at certain levels of space. Now, yeah, need too rigid. Rigid in your pumpy na ankorrect bibia said.
But situation be to change situation be ana.
Obianka sa.
Nipa bi change nipa bi ana.
Obianka sa. Obianka sa. Ye nyina no pe. There might timi beka say bia obi ewo a certain age and obi down so say me come na 77. Me wo hey say nipa bebre a mo yes encho adwuma no but say BBC ne papa mu ne boni mu a say bi no e dey pe fe say attention say bi menya no say me nko fa me no mo sha say o Techima Classic FM o munya sa attention eti edu ba bi a ampa nipa nyina ye pe enu nti ne ye wo mampanyi ye wo na bedi ekire ye wo ayi enti ye be ma a certain attention and treatment at certain points in our journey. At certain points in our journey. But our commitment to the challenges are actually no. Our commitment to the challenges are actually no. Ye we nyina no. Empire abo nyina no. Asa ya kwasa nyina no. Onyame asema ya ka nyina no. Efutu amampendi ama nyina no. De hia ne say and now more you be too afterwards very, very important.
Okay.
You might have Obibetima having the reservations about their causes. We should have put a hold on all the many in Kudiachin. Many them can say Yakoye when you know Asem Edayanim, Asudi Dayaso. It is a reflecting Asema and in Koma Yakobache Ghana Funina and Yaka Sepa
Mate.
Yeah. Medasi.
A man hene kwabena asante.
Aqua taps in Swasi.
Mr. Anson. Ko need this year papa.
A doctor Edubuati ni flaky catering services.
Yes. You too much. You too much. A man medase. Me anso metia.
Pamiana.
Da be me se boa be kwa na metia na asante krobia. Asmera. Me mame. Me hima no. Me hima ba kope Asmera mama. Babia will be a me to check a CMO. Na my name come over hotel na fee and I be phone interviews afa Garrett a year Greater Accra Resilient and Integrated Development Project 2019 and approval by a World Bank funded yen chef from a hot to 2026 progress no a hine wo it is saying are we impressed babia jina no ana nkoma ye bedi na wie eye oral health Kojak Pharma Limited ena meniomo ebedi sa enkomo no Frank Osiahene ekasa ema Kojak Pharma Limited Frank mahai
yani oniaba
it is saying
oba de adom
sa
bibia fine
oral health etiapo
bibia fine
sa
say oral health ne ehu hia pa say wudidi na wonom nko ade a e wo so man ye key
e wo so man ye key
boa e say wo hwe pa
Matias ye na ye ka Kojaka ye nimu dwumadie ene de mo ye de di kan obia ye so twice a day e wo so choose
sa
na ene so we as na advance
sa
nti ye toothpaste ye ka toothpaste na ne purpose ne main purpose e wo se ye di twie se no e den
abra bibia wo de ye wo wiase no se ne Nyankopon bo no wo ye bibia ma hye na nipa so eto na bode so enti nipa so hwese ne Nyankopon ye ne niam na wo suasua enti de nipa eye bia no so no e wo senti a oyeye na ye ka ye num ahomedi ho asem a toothpaste edi mu akoten papa na akoten a edi nyina ne se wo toothbrush ho obi wo mouthwash obi wo nsuo obi kwa de tore bia wonya sapo bi nya samna bia na wo de twi sapo no so na se wo de sapo na twi samna no so de twi ne se na enso yen hwe implication de bi akira beba toothpaste eboa eyi enema boni bi e wo yanum a ehun hia se etra yanum eyi fi ho yehun hia ne bi te se nuane hodo a wadi ano ne bi a wanom na akbi akoda wo techema so na se koda wo se so toothpaste na ne moa ne se eboa eyi saa nema ne nyina fi wonum isan se ehun hia entina wo ho abeka wo senso ena esama wonum no enka no ekoyie enti ebia sent bi wonum a we se nipa ye da ne ye kan ya no tum a se wo kan wa no tum a che na se wo mbia ubia ya na sent ewom especially se bra wada enti sa sent na wo wonum no toothpaste ne betimi aboa ama no etimi ye fi ho esan eku bad bacteria sa ewo ye num a eha ye sen enso ekuom efi ye num enti toothpaste de ewo ni dwumadi a edi na ni dwumadi nso eye dwumadi a edi akoten wo ye num ahomedie ehun pa meka ye num na men refer se ye senko a meka ye num ni nyina nti wo num ni nyina bia wo se ase wo techrema so wo techrema ase ene wo se achi ni nyina no ehun hia se toothpaste timi boa ma wotimi di sa ehun nyina
okay na ye nim se toothpaste no nko anante because Kojak we mahunu se mouthwash so ha bi mouthwash adwuma eye den na toothpaste okay toothpaste watching it's mouthwash na adwuma ne sen
mouthwash ni gumu ahodo bebre ebia wo na adwuma di ayidi ebi di adwuma ba ko bi mienu ebi so di mienu ebi di miensa na eba no Kojak aso ya ye mouthwash na ya ye no edi adwuma be se 9 ne ebi wo ha ukọ dentist omo ye esen ho ehwe esen ho yare ye esen ho adwuma na omo wo bi wo ha ekurunku a ewo ye num enti se bia omo ye adwuma bi wo num ho na se ehia se wanya cat bi na se bibi ha wa adwena se mpese ekunu a omo timi ma o mafo hye bi ebekurunku a ye wo bi wo ha ma ye num ye hwam eti ye num enti obi wo ha se be wasora hemache bi a wantimi anya toothpaste bi antwe wo se e bia wo come morning devotion bi utimi di mafo hye ni gina wonum wo so num eyi nkambon e fi ye num
okay
is BC backed bacteria se fi ye num ena bi so wo ho a eboa ema minerals a ewo wo senso no etimi san fele ne se minerals na fiko senso a etimi san fele ne back enti ebia obi anya sefemfem sensitive teeth ya na ye number no ne yesi according to nhwemu che se number ne ye ade a eye din we ni paduam
okay
ni paduam fa ho ne se ye dompe number ne ye din na kata ye senso ye hu ne se fitaa no enti se bia bacteria ni bi nya kwan wurawura wo sene bobom ntokuru a na se anase eyi saa number ne fi wo sene so ma wo nya saa sensitivity na wo hia mouthwash bia ewo fluoride eboa esa fele saa menu ane back enti mouthwash no ebi ma ye num te ebi wo ha ekukurunku a but Kojak aye ne mouthwash se ebeboa akunkuru ewo wonum ebeboa ama saa sensitivity na apopa fi wana se ama minerals na saa restore ena afi esa aboa ma wonum ye hwam ema wonum so ete
okay
anti Kojak ye mouthwash nduma dia yidi no
ya na ade ba ko bi be ka se na nka wedi e fa ho ben ya na me so concerned ebia event ase mpanyifo ho na oso bi be ka asem gu panyi bi aso ya na mebisa se because ebi wo ho no ma aso no akra wonim esenka wo nanum na asumasem enka efra num no ekonipa no eso ene ade I don't know how ebi mutumi contain
papa
it's not easy
ano odin pa
enye easy it I think say brano no unyama for sa ebeboa obekwa a wosiesi wonum
sa
because ko udi just imagine obeka asem agumashum na wonum kan
obi okra oba ya be ya wa tu kra na ya na
sa ya wadwuma ye o
ene obi ho so a won say ye kasa sa woni ni din komo a ne ne dan chen say no o kasa ye de aso ne ti asem
bi ho
chesa sent na wo mu enko yie
na betumi aka
Kojak aboa ye
na so beto Kojak command
Kojak ne kan de ya na e di enti the best thing say na ya na we package bia atoto ne makakra e ma no bia we so the boxer bi ne ma ne singlet bi na da fa no to nchen na ye package fine unya Kojak ye wo Kojak charcoal toothpaste abra won say ye wa kurase no bidi na ne ye de twese unya body tire bobo bidi so the fried twese na usna ye 50 na ye nim bidi so mfa so ye wa kurase e bi o ha ye ni fridge wo ho Oza wo koy ebien kwan bi jaso anase sinchen ya ka ne hye wie na froye bi wo don sa kotum ko yi bibi ade na nya yenim se ye bubidie kurase no ye ma me bubidie kaka de tum na wo de si jaso na absorb sa scent na wo mu na ye gas
fridge mu kura
bon wa mo anaso bi abema no mpaboa na scent kakra ba mu amfa bi ana bia washroom no hye wo ba room ho a na bia na scent kakra ba ha fa bidie kakra go enti bidie wo properties bia eboa carbon sebe wa carbon wo no eye Kojak charcoal toothpaste ene be kan for dia ma say unya charcoal toothpaste ni bia ebe boa etun carbon bi ase afi wonum ama wo hotimi ato
right
san boa so ma wo sene pa ye fita ma wonya wo natural teeth color na nkasa sene be ya wontimi emfa wo haw bia enko gya obi
Matias
uze Kojak so ya dwen kwala ho ehu say enkwala no edi enema dokodoko de ne ya na ma batias ne ba omonum tententem ni se wanya paste bia be boa kwala no ada bia no bo se wutwini sene so sabi na ne sene ne num ha enko yi unya Kojak space ni bia ne ba akwa wo ma ye Kojak ye ne je ho na se Kojak de aba ye boa kwala ne se utobia toothbrush ba ko shemu free
eno na ye move one
Kojak space no ena esa ye paste ye won kwala paste bi wa ye 2 to 6 years e bi ye 6 to 12 years Kojak said there be wakane nya bom baako enti wunya Kojak fence case space ni bia akwala wo 2 years 8 years 12 years 10 years umu nyina timi yusu bi mane yeji eboa mankwala no mo humidi gina yi ena mu ode emu ohwam nti mankwala ne pe enti nei se wabofra no wo bre ne si twitwire ho unsa wofo no bedi aba bedi na chi ba nkwadwo twusi na den
ti ba chichire na so hamu no afenese
ebia aso bo wie kwa na wapira na kura guso na obia na pace ne mu nye de ensi Kojak afa sa research we nyina so wo se enkwala na niema mo pene niema abebo mu ni enti ni pace no waye na mu hwam emu ode ene yakwala na yusu bi twini sin de ade chen obesan akọ yusu ono abefi ni pem enti ma fence sitwire attract sitwire mankwala no enti wunya Kojak space ni bi mo abofa ne na ebeboa ama akwala na numa humidi etini eche yi pa ena ye wo regular zo nza wo wasem bisa
oh da be get to ask
ye wo Kojak regular for right to piece no ene na ewase hai na se ne yaye ne se eno so eboa esikaka no kwan ni nyina ne se emmoa baties ne bobo yesem ntokuru nketenkete yemfa ye ne hu enti se ade eche saa na se wanya pesi bia ebesa afrele saa minerals ne baka ebema ubetwusin afi be kakra bi de bi na fo wanya kaka enti Kojak say you su Kojak regular fried toothpaste ni twusin anopa ne anwumre ebesa afrele saa minerals ne baka ema wunya kaka be ma wonu mahwam ebesa ma wo gam no usin echi nam so aye anya hoden ena ebema da bia so wonu da ho ye wo paste bi wo brush utiti wi na so twusin wi pebo say ayesa wo so fron bi enye Kojak regular fried toothpaste no ena ye paste ahodo ne nyina so ye ne se duru enti obi a wobetwi usi anopa bia na ebo wo se ho ban fiti anopa ne nyina akosi anwumre
obesan twi bia koda
na wo sa twi koda so san bo wanum ne so ho ne wo se ne ho ban
next morning
sa enti Kojak ye product no ya ye ne se do before e beba bonten ye nim se oracle product bi wa bonten but Kojak a to ne bo ase aye ne de ne se obi a wo nanum ho hawo obi a wo ne se ho hawo enti obi a wo de so no wo de no ye bobo su hu de ano afa
no
ena ye wo obi so ha me no ka say owo sefemfem atsa ne so ache
Okay.
Odi anka akra na the whole day ontimi fa bibia anka na no. Obi num nsu aye nwu ade aye nwu anaso odi ade aye hye wo se kiki mesen ahye mesen. Inte ba na sa tu akono de e ma wontimi ni ope. Kojak say emfa ho the number of years I was fefem na di. Unya koja P koja F ni toothpaste no na fe ne mouthwash ni bia.
Sa
Jit fefem na fi wo kra ma ne kwa emma bi m kra. E san bo wo se ne ho ban efi fefem ho. Inte be ma da bia na wo se no e wa hoden. Kojak de na ni so de hunu se esese woni pa bi agya na se wasase so. Eni kwa se wo sinja wasase so. Esese wo gya wo se no woni padua na nyina esese wo gya wasase so. Eni kwa se bi egya wansa na wo afim. Enti ne oracle product ahudo ni nyina no wato ne bo asa ye ni ye se oyi nya bi yusu a ebe boa wo. Na Abraham amemfa ntwimu se every onipa bia wudidi na wonom na wotwi wo se every 3 months bia ya san toothbrush.
3 months pe.
Boso me miensa bia.
Obi de enya be 1 year.
Obi de kwa de so amu a onto ntwene.
Ebi de no branch ni timi chese etumi jeja no ho a na cheche bako. Obi so di ji.
Obi wa kwa da o twi ni siwe kwa just the two pick you see because rush ni bia kwa sheshe. Obi so dia tight say womba. Toothbrush na tight say womba. Enye kra. Enhwemu kire say the more wotwi wo sene but yes na bi ko wura toothbrush nim. Enti boso me miensa de 3 months bia na dodo na ko wura mti na wasesa.
3 months anya hwe.
Obi wa anya hwe na so yesesa no. Enye say aye bibeti yesesa no. Yesi but yes na ko wura mo sa de ko wonuma esa ma wanuma homidi ni nyina yi. Eno nti yesi 3 months bia asesa no na emwa wo. E na yenye ni 2 anopa wotwi anwumpa na watwi anwumre. E na yesi wo twi osi a anye kwa na spend 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Anye kra.
Yes,
Ventamo atwawie. Say ye to ebo asesiesie hu dwade wie asesiesie hu no. Wonum no so no eye another level a wodi ko ba bia ebetimi am wanu onyam so ate wo.
Ina de wadress kama pa na ubi ewa no a obi bu pause ya bra na me bu pa sister na me bu no iye ndi enye kra pacho ko pe Kojak
eti wani onyam so kra nti ese wo ma wanu mahumidi de hu hia na wo yusu Kojak oracle product no na Kojak ni product no se na waye ne se on pese nipa bia benya ho asamaka eno nti wo hwe na oba idwaso na chewu ono di Kojak Pro Code buy. Kojak Pro Code obi a wuti ya oya ohene mosisi ohene mu nso ne nsu wanya papun kata wonya ennom a fitere sema miensen ko na wo ho atase to ye wo tablet ne yempanifo de e na suspension ye nkwala de any pen bia wo wuni paduam bia no wonya Kojak Pro Code no ma enche na ho atonti.
Okay Frank we de mekanya ma ho Alfred Nim o se Abena meche so be ma Kojak o se okọ Madina ekuti ho nyina wanya bianto. Ena bebi onyan no so krampo na bo no wo so too much say de utum say otato ena ebo ne ntino o make sure so all the time no Kojak no beto ntino ada Madina mo short supplier na
ye wo bi ho na e bia na nipa a short ena supermarket ahodo no nyina so ya na bi wo ba ne tie ne say obi wo ha enam say o pebi do nto bi okọ hia otimi to a season otimi to pack na ebia for a season bia 3 months ni na o use kopem say ebesa enti basesi ya na ya to apetin enti bia early this year na ya sesi ya mid year dia use aboko ba bia your number all the social media platform nyina at Kojak Limited. Kojak experience ni KOJACH now the limited na to aso and your number na 0531 07 00 and a 20 0531 07 00 and a 20 we yen kran na important number and so wo ba bia obetimi afre e bia akọ ba bia se bi ni wo na sa wo hwe bi na sa wo nya bia obi se je foforo mpacho ma nye foforo frɛ number no kuma se na important number no 0531 0699 and a 45 0531 0699 and a 45 o friend ya anytime bia ye befa ye no be din komo o pese o tonsa friends ne beto ye bo ase cheche ye numa humidi hu ba bia bedwam anase ba bia obo mudin hye mu bia no aso a Kojak ebeba na afi ye beto ye bo ase cheche
one secret a mene Frank nyina de be ma on say ya me fa paste no frafra sa ahunti se Kojak na udidi juma me se we a meji Kojapi ni Kojak FE na maje ma force na ka ho so nti no na wo se wo use a e wo se eye consistent na unya resource enfam frafra
yes emwa ema wo hu ne yesase wo use abeboa wo enti da bia no hu nya se wunya ba ko na se wo use da bia betina boa pa
yes me da say Frank Osiahene ena yene no edin komo awie bibi wo hadu twa to ana
enti ne yete ne se Abena say ne wa request no major director name
oh okay
ma pushi
ye eni ebetwi ache
ne mehia wo mu ane we ya de kobe bifufra be kokasa afidi aka de
oh okay that's nice eti manya Kojapi
ne ma force
ena
Koja F ma force ni Chako toothpaste ni ena Kojak regular fluoride toothpaste no ena we ye nkwala
ne de ne junior ne KOD
toothbrush so ba we so toothbrush she mu free
oh wow
enti
nyame shira wo
amen we shira
Kojak we too much yeah that's so by what all right eti Frank Osiahene okasa ema Kojak Pharma Limited ena ine no adi nkomo awie ye tie enkrato we ye ba ye di interviews ebeto aso na anwumrei me guest am na se me panel amenyom be ye mpensempense mu no eye nana ya achampem jantoa ena akosua manu kozi ntiene no ebe ye girls en ye de mpensempense mu no ebe bati we ye basisia.
You know how money moves in Ghana and across Africa. How it really moves? It doesn't move once a month. It moves 100 times a day on EcoBank's digital platform. Airtime for That's Your Sister. Transport for Papa. 500 Cs for Saturday's funeral. 2,000 Naira for the cousin sitting jump in Abuja. Because we don't just move money, we take care of people. Money moves in every direction. Uncle to nephew, nephew to uncle, sister to brother on Monday, brother back to sister on Friday. And it moves together. The funeral contribution, the susu, the wedding levy, the hospital bill in the family WhatsApp group. In Africa, money is rarely one person's transaction. It's many people moving small amounts toward one purpose. That's how money moves here. And there's one bank built for it all.
Africa, 34 nations, one heartbeat, one screen.
EcoBank, the only bank built for the way Africans move money. 34 countries, one screen. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Africa, yeah.
Sami sorry no pa. Kale Chako toothpaste na me de twitwi missing. And mommy confidence. The money nyina.
Se wushia ama na me sifite guso na mesrea. Eyo wanwa me de Kale Chako toothpaste. Ene twitwi missing. Obo ade ni pa e wo bidie mu no. Ene e dia ye Kale Chako toothpaste. E boy sen ho ban e free mowa e boy sin mu tokro. E se ahye ene enumunka. Sure say amani Kale Chako toothpaste so nie. Yeti center for.
Media magical Chako toothpaste atubu. Me shina no pa na dwa me koda no. E ma me sinye fita. Confidence level kwasro etibi na ma. Na me sin 32 ni nyina guso.
Enkane no ane maame num di bidie twitwiri yense no asaya bebie mu o bidie wo Kale Chako toothpaste mu no MSC e fita e mana hoden ne sayi nka bia ma wonum ye hwam enunti mo amonom cafe wine any tobacco e kamo seso no abama mo Kale Chako toothpaste sankofa yenchi
Kale happy smile
FDA aje edwedin ka to ya to mo
Syntax Tango Syntax if you want quality, this be where you belong. Syntax, pay it off, very strong. Oh, gonna shout and sing the song. When the sun they hot, Syntax no break when the rain they fall. Still no shake. Builders they choose and plumbers they prove. Any project you they start.
She said, "Yeah, to be hard, and so she knew shop." The report no way. Minya, so many points here, and so she knew but Some for business will feel be more. I mean, ideas, and be cool. The Biani are doing for Frau, and so I'm on 2 Bianim. So be a dean say, and yes, some drain when you.
Eyesikasem. Bills wo idea. Menye comment na mantua bio. Ye wo a free emergency loan, kwasi salary loan, working capital, ni startup loan. Bills si instrokra. For Ghana card be apply ya. Fresh 0596 920 833 and 0302 200 390. Bills. For Sikasem how nyina bedanye.
World Cup Renabo, no one pay football, no one's here. Electron Ghana Limited, Eddie Stadium, no Bawufie. And one is over to Samsung, TCL, and NASCO Smart TV, a 50-inch, and Nadia Brosa, and your free DSTV decoder, and a 1 month free subscription. Share World Cup, no, yeah, the Bawupunano live. Now, what's seeing your discount at Woodrow, and a free Zappa decoder. Electroland, move for World Cup no refie. Electroland, move on to me, show. Etika huna ko Electroland showroom bia wo Ghana fananyina anadi obenwo anabetinia for 050-315-9739 call www.electrolandga.com nemom kai se nhihye kakra wo ho eyego
Ekosiisen dwumadie na ogusua utie no ha eye Asempa 94.7 na obeka ya yedi enkomo ewo ha sei na wotwe etwam ne nenso yede enkomo no ebetoa so eye NPRA omo madwuma no ene se ye pension ho asem na wo mo hye ene yedi enkomo ema yen enkyekirimu no na mensaka majanom ewo ha enemy ranom me kanasa ewo ha say ya yebedi enkwon me mama ha dedi kan
Abena ya nia
na MPR boko de
ya me adum
boko na wotwetwe mu amoba ya say enkobodie ne koye move omo mafa yadwumum no ye mpanyifo enna ye kan wo ho asem enei no ye gina adwuma 4070 hey me ho asem na ye no ho asem ena yebeka no iti de di kan ye adwuma ne sen wosan komo wenyina mu
Abena medase edi kan ni se ye fa wadwuma ma embra ne hye se wadwuma wura obetew ohanchemu enum afri waketuam no no de ne di account enti wudwuma ye ni na wo se wudi kan wo pene so
dokin
utimi hu obi wo a utimi ka se and the more for nyina ama me especially for our smaller entities ejuma nketewa mu no etiamra enti wu ejuma ene na se wo ma ho kwan na wo ejuma wura edi se ejuma no efise wan kasa wa hom jimu ana wo da chance ensi achi ba mo asem na yek ndio se wunya akwanya wo ma wo ejuma wura akwanya ama ne tisa ohachiripo enum no na ono de ohanchemu dumiensa no kan dumiensa no account na ye de ma senate any trustees na ye kan wasem no na omo krasa asika no ema wodachi
enti o se odi wani di akiri
o se ya wodi wani di akiri
okay
ubedi kan obema wo ho kwan wa ma ho kwan awie na fe wodi wani be di akiri na wa hwe se sika na ye te ye ne ye tua ana ye ntua ye ho no ekwan ba kon betimi afa so ayesa ne se wo be check wo payslip wo payslip ne se yatew amra ne se by 14th o se sika no ko na da bosumi da etoso du nan no bosumi atwam ne de na o se eko ende eduru ho na enko ya wo ho akwanya nso amra ne wo ho akwanya se obebusa o se wodi wani di akiri free se wo da achi na ye ka ho asem
okay ndi yemfa ne se me yedwuma ni information amade be ma madwumawura na ya scientist ye na yetua ma me no edienti na wasame ma an accurate one beneficiary say your details any ade eno so no nke beka say of importance sir
hey abana wa ma yasre ehu hia papa free say obi ni mu china yedi kwadu agya ahono free say nya ehu hia no yeto twene na mom nya ehu hia ne de yede yakora enti say wa ma ye nya wo records a ACP a echina no ahomjemu ebia na oba abeji usika bia one provide details and brand dey wati watua trust no so ba identity na kwere double and how do we confirm say you
na etumi
esi obi kra wo a nyame mfa sa ma owu ato ne nsa afro won a wu ja won akiri no e na wato dadwea mom usika ne de eto na records no so nye clear mama ma classic example ebi ba na nsen nimpa no ofiri mu no ose me di misika ma adwa manu ni ya manu nti ya manu ni adwa mo nkonkoje adwa manu ni ya manu no nso a wamfa omo contact bia amma wajume wura ama na mfa amma scheme na wo so no na tracing na record nti wo de wako wabusuafo abasa ye ba abedi akiri ye kodi wo tier 2 any tier 3 any tier 1 na chi ye call tier 1 data no different ebusuani ni bia ni yesi ye ba tier 2 nti tier 1 no na chese jese ebusuafo no because ye hunu nimpa ne dia e wo se ebusuafo no court na ye koji variation answer ye twa mom ye wie ye nko check tier 2 so a the same problem ho enche bia asem na me kire the same problem nimpa no ono de ordinary dia ko sesie no ebusuan akwa koji variation abeji benefit but ebia na sa nimpa no so oye ne ba ana ne bibia owo ba bia ono ne nyinya nkopon nenim mbata wati ase but mbra no so makwan se obidi enim na se hu hia so ka ho a otimi court e ma yes sa memfa no se wo will na waye efa wo se achi ba no ho no kakra and the people have to go to court and get a variation in order to be paid. It's a win, so we make correct records. Have a one casanso. Ranoma Quine say at a certain age, Ubetimi do at a certain way, no Utimi edu tier 2 contribution, a collateral. Tier 3 Utimi edi collateral for a permanent residence. The law is clear on that. Imagine that time now, person we and that's our data and correct.
We are here, BB. Agent or say o de contribution ekusia wo wa na fobe kudu no
wo the contribution asia wo wa dia pe da bread utiato wo data no so nye correct Abena nunti na last week okaya ye be wie program na ye stress on the need to pay attention to your pension and I think you helped us a lot in that regard and I think we need to promote that because people don't take it serious until say ebepimo
na elite
obi wa oba bia wo hu se nipa no 60-65 years ogusu di ne pension achi obi se details on ankasa man no kra na asen abecheche no because
this is a graduate details imponi review inti no yemfa no se bia obi aye dada aye kan na adwan ba so I was say we call back to rectify.
Uncle correct.
To be senate ho. Okay, depending.
It depends. Say we free ahunjemu a, wo ahunjemu dia wo be senate. But say woni ahunjemu, na say wo da so ye adwuma a. Wo be call wo trustee ho.
Okay.
And as say senate so ye trustee. One form or other the state trustee for ye first year no. Intino obeko senate na wa update your records and na obeko trust you na wa update your records and na say employer na wafa wadwuma no fa correct records and then farmer no
okay
maka nominations no wasem dada afi wan kasa so personal records say woman correct records no say the be ya ye hwehwe wo a ye behu ye hwehwe won a wodi omo agina wanam say woni ho a wo sika kra no ehon ba mfa so mo no so a ye betimi ehunu.
Okay ma memra ho bosumi bia metumi akocheck me statement any ade ana say how often and was some decide man
embra no ehye trustee bia na say scheme manager bia say on member no ana say worker no statement every year bia no
afibia
no but schemes no and the about for technology ababe no into no acquired to say even every day be every day and as they be able to me I check it statement online and me diet I can say with details no correct what they are trustee na they be able to me I check it in fact me check me there
okay
then me check me there I mean who sika wo me account no more me who me share send am sika no AE any ade nti no mbra no ehye trustee ni say omoma statement no every year but senior competition women service provision idea and service delivery idea nti my say even every day but to me I check it online o statement who say we employer no otua na say ontua to me who almost every day
okay
na person me dey kakra e kan tana me dai ta kan no details I would be ma wo employer no bakon pie here pie say correct pie date of birth date of birth
we do how date of birth for
me come chiro date of birth serious data pension administration date of birth very serious obehwe edumani bi no or date of birth send we kan no be 3 and 4 na employer no baako snate baako tier 2 so baako na we no se ukwa humje mu a na say for records february wo the employer ukwa employer no wo employer na employer no wo da so ye adwuma but ubeko snate no akọ retirement ubeko tier 2 no akọ retirement but the employer no no wo da so ye adwuma enti no you enjoy kasing
okay don't see asem
yes a serious issue in fact workers no or your experience pa enti no mama every human being has a single date of birth. Let's use the right date of birth as part of our records. They register and I say they join pension schemes.
That's how we back home.
Yeah, the crime we back home is you see, Ghana no I say it me policy anything the man bro for the nicely. Also, you watch your frame you kind of football age. Inti ebia me wole gone and I may register with SNIT. Inti SNIT was my primary date of birth. Was me virtually my first SNIT number. Ebia me nyan ntempa. Me really gone me baba ye adwuma 10 years do baby am hwe me ye nyini challenge chance bia ba ye se ye po bia we 25 me 35 ma me nkote so. Na makoso affidavit. Na makwakoye date of birth na me da akwakoje. Ube hunu no afi ubedru point bi no afi as an employee no SNIT be twere because SNIT dey eno dey omo ya dey o say e ba say wo mbra so aka I think 6 months 1 year omo be twere 6 months omo be twere I think even 3 months ko omo be twere ya ntwemra afi no obi be ka cho say oh me do sa age no me time nso ye but also wona wo feel your first date of birth and I will catch the whole world through your SNIT number say oh let's say 1st January 1950. And how comes that? Say 60 years, that means 2010 also call retirement. And how comes that 2010? Oh, that's what 40 years.
And I don't know cost affidavit now. Also the cost net cost sanana.
You see,
and I into
you see, it is a whole process. And just straightforward, sir. Because you see, you are presumed to present a credible information, and varying that credible information varies your own credibility. So everybody looks at you with 2 eyes. That's the blunt truth. One kasa wasema wakani ye fani say wo kan no kre. Ye fani say ne wo kan no eno ano.
At the time na me share that nim date no.
But o ma me so wo no wan 2 days. O ma me wo no wan 2 days.
But director wonim say ye ma me nom ne papa no bi wo no mo fa dating to omtimu.
You see the beauty
Nti binimo bi a aso ye 79 aso no ye 75 asa ye 7 nti no dandansa because ma me no kra ni mo nkai
Abena me no ya adwene but we start school no what the date of birth be mine o ma me nkai ya nya obo wutrim no nti we ya nya correct ones o ma me nkai papa nkai na obo wutrim o de nya correct
na no ya ye ko fie ne ye ko ho asubo krata asubo krata no na di date ne bai
me no ya adwene no, there's a process I'll be to me. Okay. I'll be honest with you, and yes, simple, sir.
And yes, simple, baby.
Because what my builder will record at a certain point. Open say you go back. Now you changing the whole thing. May stress away because a lot of Ghanaians, your first idea very light. And then but I have seen a situation where Obi due for retirement. Snita Treno. Nimpanazo Ebeka say I can't 4 years. Yeah. And Banazana Snita Trail. And Snita also produce evidence. I've also got so many stories. I've handed another one where Osio was 40 years. In natural sense, no, about 48 years. At the time, no case over 40. And if we sound so, as for explanation, you be but does it solve the problem? So to make our lives comfortable, let's keep some semblance of trust. Because with my wrong date of birth, Ubedru 60, no be catch up.
Okay, until when I'm 60, but me say I can 4 years. Person me juma 4 years. Na mo di contribution no. I don't know. Person me go fi na mo di America.
Emremuno. O retire krana, e betimi ama contract. I think that ban penny for what
okay. Yeah.
Why retire? Yeah. But the share be a wo boa.
Amount
2 years.
Yeah.
Amount 3 years. And no ho. And you different. Why respect protocol no and away free. And I see, Abena, where the manaya kono. Inti said the bear and Colana one be shiano. My young fowl as an advising consultant to do this presentation.
Yeah.
Now ye way fatity in Cola over 4 years. That's a different thing. But in natural sense, you know, would data ye the wo would the bed you remember and any say to me easy sir. Even though in our normal practice we can't dance assassin. You can. And I can be honest with you, one of the major issues are snake efficacy.
Okay. Kofoso so mubenyi. Kofoso so mbeko pension tem.
Ani pe bia ya bewo ubenyini.
Ye dan ya.
Ubewu. Enyama miensa we automatic.
Ade ba ko a ama nkofo bebre esisa omo date of birth and I say ema omo bohun. And say your pension into 20 years, and I say your retirement plan into 20 years. We say, but now, sir, won't pay attention as you can, won't pay attention to your pension. Or pension and found your council retirement soon, or more time to fight to change. Oh, your pension once a month, or pension once a month,
your pension cry will be to me. Oh, and so you're datching. You
can't pension our own Cocraphone and Mutia pension, maybe I rented them the pension yet. We will be here, Jumasa, you will not pay any attention and found. But I will do 55. Now 55 no say
na senator amount first letter
me more quickly no na I said there be my some date of birth no call the employer your woman no say no me cry me this me 55 no me check here no na 50 years na employer no obeya an employer no
atso na casenate ho no
na your problem. Ade ba ko a ede sa issue ede ba ni say you be pay attention to our pension.
Okay.
Na your retirement plan no you be hye ni ye. Am say time is to na you say o time so kofi a ya fi na bo hu no hu ya popo. Na say wo ko forge nyoma.
Okay. Director for the my also because seriously
Abena, it is a pandemic that has to be faced.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's difficult to be sincere, but that is the truth. Yeti here, unimu age.
Yeah.
Fanese, mame won cry na one kai, treasury. But at least yes, won say yen kaka na say won sabe nkume ntimi anso wasuma untimi nko class 1. At that time, no more years, and no more some age bracket. In the Azumi Sakra, no more year, no more demand now 10, and the amount 8, a different thing.
Okay,
but what I make, yeah. But we want to plead with the public. Yes,
Remo.
Ejumaya 4 Yendi Nukre Emma Yankasa ye records. Young I win semna ye treno because everybody cow.
Okay, okay. Into be a hot man, why ye contribution be say 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. Mitimi kwasneti kwa say information wo honom no and my current employer no eyepe mitumi kwa check sade no
every right
okay
every right
but
ono di kan no say embranik eshe trustee ni say afibia no or my statement once in a year.
Na statement the side details no also.
Bibia also.
Date of birth, everything.
Ubenya.
Okay.
Snit the end they show bibia info because tier 1 a more like defined benefit. And what it means is that the omo underwrite says oko retirement you be tua oka over a certain life.
Okay.
But what I say? That is known. It will show those details because I ain't me are curious on you. It be show. But the problem is, say let's say 5th December 1980, and I made a mistake, and I'm going to 5th December 1970. Within a spectrum of about 5-10 years, I should be able to know it. I'll say me who na me say oh date we made the masnet wrong. Into my interest in na men can say wrong. Now you start the process. But the moment I will be train, will be 55, will be crossing 56. After no go change your date of birth. Abena.
And dear,
it raises
and dear chichian song. Yeah,
it raises
chichian. That's on person beko. Okay, Mate na yɛhwɛ me adwuma ni tie 1 ne tie 2 de makyekye mu sɛ wo de no ɛto nkyɛn a mia voluntary metumi aka sɛ bepɛ sɛ me yɛ pension scheme foforo bi de ka ho ana yeah Frank mamintio
your pension scheme no mu no sɛ na wo kan tier 1 tier 2 your ho eno mbra no hye adwuma ni bia na sɛ adwuma fo bia sɛ obɛyɛ sa tier 2
adwuma wura no no
ene na kasa so sɛ na yɛ ka no so obɛhye sɛ obɛhu sɛ ana sɛ obɛhwɛ sɛ wo adwon ne tier 1 ne tier 2 tier 3 no sɛ na wo kan no voluntary
opa na wo yɛ
enyo
hye opa na wo yɛ but ehia pa ɛyɛ pa sɛ obɛyɛ den obɛgye ne tier 3 no tier 3 no obɛtumi ayɛ no sɛ ankranko sɛ mte hei metumi akɔ trustee bi hɔ akɔ na akɔ join tier 3 no yɛto no din sɛ personal pension scheme anasɛ ankranko pension scheme na yɛwɔ baako nso a yɛfrɛ no group personal pension scheme ɛno so mete hei anasɛ sɛ yɛkuo bi a yɛbɛtumi yɛwɔkuo bi a yɛwɔ informal sector group a anasɛ yɛnyank sɛ yɛyɛ adwuma a yɛbɛtumi yɛaka ho abom na yɛakɔ register yɛakɔ MPR for akɔ register na yɛ set up pension scheme no na yɛwɔ baako a ɛka ho no ɛyɛ provident fund provident fund no ne fund anse ne twi no me hu sɛ na mɛka no menka provident fund
Matias
ɛno nso ɛyɛ more of adwuma formal sector and I say bosom adwuma cool no omo ɛyɛ saa provident fund no na sɛ na yɛ kana voluntary nti no sɛ wo ne wo adwuma fo no ana sɛ adwuma wura di adwuma wura no motena se na mo discuss sɛ mo agree a motumi set up provident fund no na workers no mo na ana sɛ adwumafo no na ma contribute kakra ade aka tier 1 tier 2 no ode tier 3 no ayeden aka ho ama so wo kwa hudie mu a wo pension no akwanim ade ama nti no eno no enye hye se na ka enye hye se adwumanu ana sɛ adwumawura no obo contribute chincha sɛ obo contribute bi about me ya register and about me setting up all right but it could be say employee no kwa na burden obetua it doesn't matter
okay
mbe no ma nkwan
nti no me na metua
say about me say woni
adwuma rafo no
makabo na metua wo betua bi na adwuma ran so etua bi na about me say even though say adwuma no aja to me say okay meboa mo na ma set up provident fund but me de mentua bi mo an mbetua mo de
okay
ho sa
iti ba menti ase yi nti se wo yitie 1 tie 2 no to nchen a provident no ti se multimedia media ye fato ho multimedia ni decision ni se dwuma ye ni bia no omo betu sa na mo ne de ama nti bete kakra free wakatu ye nimu ni ye de atu ama wo
ye te kakra free wo dwuma ni wakote mu a edwumawura no ano so say okay mo se me de kakra abeka ho
okay
na akobom na ye de akọ Provident Fund no nso yekura ne saa till say obekọ wa homje mu
okay
na e de aka
na say me anko anso me pese me ya eno me na metua no boso afri market tua ma na
sa botumi ma
amrano ma ho kwan sa
okay
nya be de kan yo kan no PF no an additional pension amrano enhye kete say or say wo ne wadwumawura more provident fund tier 1 and tier 2 de enhye but tier 3 no enyem raketi emra efri wo pemu ene wadwumawura pemu ena mbeka bom nti bi wo ho adwumawura no ese okay say ye tua tier 1 and 2 but say wo why ready say wo de ohanchemu enum beba menso me de waketua no ohanchemu enchemu enum beka ho ama eno wo nti eno no se yemienu ti ase na abeye mra ne apam ato ye ne yadwuma yefo yadwuma wura entem nti it means that out of instead of sa original 5 no employer no better sa 5 no na wase aba beti the additional 5 no ne de na account say de mo ahye no akọ but eno no ma menka we edru point bi a employer bi ubetumi edru point bi a ebi asa nyoma mu ye de a ubetumi aka che mo say for now no or suspending the partaking of the tier 3
nti be ye won ko an wodi no
be ye won ko abadon beti
ba nye o shen nti untumi enfa no famra kwan bi aso emwa na wo bo a
good
okay
good eno and I feel or can be about the personal pension and de wonhia wadwumawura one kasa sike bi a wonya no utimi ko any trustee bia ho most of the trustees run personal pensions now register
okay
so who ko bi mu on the side there's a ko so person mo group pensioner most mutimi ko hunu trustee no now register
okay
but what the make na say
nti no ti se tier 3 na ye ka no provident de no sika sen na wose busumi bia wo de ko and percentage
ye mra no enhye okete ubetimi in the act it makes room for I think 35.5 35%
tax exemption
35% tax exemption it means say apart from sir employer ni sika otua mame no employer no ontua tax also tax allowable
okay
in this employer ni sika bia be come sika ho up to 35% na and also your tax allowable in the employer no tua mame a ono onya tax benefit on sa sika no and I mention no it goes to my credit but what na make but se metra ho dia ho no it means say if you me pay mu na metra embra no so ni say 35 they ache me but above that it means say whatever I'm contributing I already taxed so what is personal pension apart from tier 1 tier 2 tier 3 can be PF tier 3 bet me a PF and at tier 3 bet me a personal pension and at tier 3 bet me a group pension and I bet me a nyina depends on you
It's no cano. So we many a obotum o snit tier 1 or tier 2.
Yeah.
Na say wo employer was set up tier 3 provident fund or provident fund. One kasa so opa botumi akoye personal pension. Na akoye 9
and 9 adina no ye odachi okay
we na won dafofo bi so group bi mu na okoka ho bi na ho ye group pension
na 5 into no ya Ghana your pension scheme is special
a very broad
and to add to it the rationale is say ukwa ahomdwuma wonkobre into wo titisa sika nkitinkitinkitinkitin we e de ato fa ne say at that old age no multimedia na wo mo contribution ya 10,000 say bia one kasa so why a contribution another 10,000 will be that is 20,000 so personal pension 5,000 bia 25,000 so another additional pension 3,000 you are almost around 30,000 what I say into lump sum the random amount to expand it the way you want but the tax element and I'm actually say and up to I think 35 no tax allowable but beyond that no there
okay it's a BM say me realize say me employer entua no said you so tua no e brano per statement e me kwaje ya de na wo se me
say wo employer entua say na hu no statement ni mu a tier 1 and tier 2 no eno e yenhye nti no say ejumawura no otua so ejumawura no entua ene de na say wa fomumra say mbra no enunity
okay
and say oba MPR ebe complaining and as oba call trustee akoka kire won say me statement me hu say me employer ontua ye ebi abosumi ebi embesomi ensa and say afi my employer ontua ye ntino me yen den but even before then obetumi kra approach with HR so HR or obetumi hu HR say oh me statement ni na me hu bibia o ebia na employer no wetua but trustee ni na onbon ho modern and credit ye into because oh ye tua records ni na then it means that trustee ni na say ye the pressure to no so now ye then or now credit to na say o trustee ni one trustee say oh me we employer no tua ye and then say
yeah ubochiri
ha wo fa kwan bi so na o make sure say employer no etua e bi ni say bia trustee no oba draw employer na attention and I say draw an attention as a still no on fewer then you can go to MPRA
okay
mo aba MPRA report and so no say answer na ya ndwuma no obetumi wo hi kra be o bia no obetumi complain to MPRA through our website we call website link or the open portal obetumi atan ofie and our complain say no can be na ya start edwuma ho no ntino pick statement na so wo hwe na say gaps wo mu ana say embrigo mu employer no
and yeah this month went to next month went to next month went to
and nasi what nasi ebe how what nasi amani cha ebia at the time I obehu no anaso ba akwaje no na adwuma no ebia adwuma no wafi mu wafi adwuma no mu
na adwuma de agu nso
ana meba no ana meka ho asam no
say sikana se
ahye na ukwaje ho na ukwaje no ondumi ukwaje wan
so
internet say wudi hu dwuma ntem gaps bi o mu a di hu dwuma ntem ama say wuni ho a na say ebia wafi adwuma no mu by 10 years afi no akwaje wo hu say employer nentia obekos na ya tutu lock maybe a company for kan abetinam ukohwe wan
mate but I said that just
it comes back to the very statement we made here last week.
Yeah,
pay attention
to your pension
because
very key
so when tria and aware ha na employer no entria it is about you yen dia obe report here na o say ye no ye be ye embra kwan so no ye be fa so investigations also ye ni hwehwemo also ye ene nyina so also ye nya na etimi eka bi ma in that sense no ye be ye but wona wentua no you ask a good question say adwuma na gua na say director na kotena brochira he's not within the jurisdiction only mine mu oba ye betimi a take no on but only around that na obey.
Okay.
What I say? There are classic examples I handled recently where the employer changed ownership.
Okay.
And after the change, the new employee was trying to behave in more like they take you over and we told them, I said, look, what take you over company? Nimpa ye juma to this time. And to be aware, say the liabilities that were there and now a car down a yoka won't mean I say oh media and rap and take you over into that is it
ntia no ujuma ni no we here be a Abena appointment letter we nya and now there bas evidence and now when nya krempo ha
and we one but you see say employer need to our salary
okay
also our salary schedule payroll schedule ewo won so a yetua awuka no wonya pay slip aside the pay slip say usika no call banker there's always a bank statement evidence. That's the third layer. So what je tabletop on so I'm sure say definitely what sign BB you need to so this is why you need to pay attention to the pension now
because it's a tabletop near the say 15 years ago and I say 13 years ago
pay attention.
You see that is why I was any say we I was say woman when you call would wahum jemun se chiba no because we are there eba betum
ni chese ba no pay slip no ne was snitch statement na was say unya copies all the time
snitch statement grad o mo ankasa de be ma every year
mail no
yeah
okay
yeah say no trustees no competition grammar omoma messages nyina
yeah
inti you try ya o enterprise amount message o petra amount message you receive we on your account the accredit so in real time no one kasa so no ye the wa better dwumadie no said the be ya enkoye say gap abem the nyina swat ema trustees ni yes and say said the be ya say gap bi be ma say menya January menya February na maba benya April menya March I was say me na me ka say March menya
okay
enterprise abanza na menya March enterprise be catch me say bia March menya because we employer na mfa ma said the Frank kan no
okay but that ye wiem komo no obi si me misawe oni Ghana but o Ghana ni or outside almost for no betumi abaye sa voluntary contribution no na age limit ni yesen
perfect wunni oman ni mukura utini a contribute
okay
tier 3 no as we said personal you have the provident fund which is between provident fund ejumewura ni ejumani en kabo mo aye o madwene say ye de beboa ejumayefo
okay
but group pension okuo bi mu na so person ya obetimi aye so no ankasa as an individual otimi register etua in fact right now
oni
ono na adwumewura betimi aye
ono anso ne person
ono ankasa betimi aye
okay
in fact say no ye launch informal sector no very very soon we are doing a lot of work on the informal sector project where you want our mothers, our aunties and sisters, our brothers, mechanics, everybody, all hands on deck. Na obia amfa bibi kakra nto on twen china. And one of the major components of it is the diaspora pension scheme. Diaspora pension scheme no, is expected to cater for contributing so that we create the avenue for them to also save down.
That's good. It's because we share comments no has say age na your boss no be no e interest o hodom.
Okay, so let me Abena, the age typically tier 1 and 2. Tier 1 the maximum age at which you can start contribution is 45. If you are more than 45, you cannot.
Voluntary,
no, I'm coming to
okay,
the entire pension regime. Until you can start to the age of 44 or 45. Once you go beyond 44, you cannot be part of tier 1. It means that 18.5 ni na beko tier 2. Tier 2 it may receive from any age to 60.
Okay.
Tier 3 it's you can choose to take it. The law makes room after 10 years. The law makes room, you can take it even on retirement to be crack on bisa amwasam. Yeah. Up to that age, beyond we know tier 1 the bed, but tier 3 especially ultimate contribute from any age. From any age.
Okay. Mate, mamena say the Rebecca chat to nyina say so ye juma yini abribiano pay attention to your pension. Aye necessary. Koma ye di me de masua de bebre ye beda masit ye se mode sancheche we abenye ya munye ne mo na ento so why na aye very beneficial. Ora Anthony Aqua aye director standard and compliance and na Ora Frank Anderson onoso manager corporate affairs National Pensions Regulatory Authority NPRA na meniomo edin komo anwumre na yentie we ye basisia
Mrena so ewo CompuGan agukensia edimu mreno na asuyo o sebo enipadom eni vuvuzela no aye crado sa World Cup season eyade agoprama so ne be ye de enunti fabre fie se de be abetimi atena na wajigira dem no wahwe ne yie beto crystal clear television powerful sound bar any home theaters laptops phone any projectors yate teso we enya discount sales ikeko to bibi free 1000 Ghana cedis eko ne raya raffle draw nim. Ubetumi winning 100-inch 4K TV, phones, laptops, any achede bebre keka ho. Tuturumika se sia Eko Compugana showroom. Bia ebenwo. Ana se shop it online at compugana.com. First 0302-752020. WhatsApp is 0243-143-143. Compugana Go Rush Season. The ultimate football experience.
Asempa etia. Obanyansa fusu obunuye wanka na asem. Tema futu sam kakre wa asupeme.
The National Pensions Regulatory Authority, NPRA, is the regulatory body of the pensions industry in Ghana, ensuring the compliance of the 3-tier pension scheme, being the mandatory basic national social security scheme, first tier, managed by SNET, a mandatory fully funded and privately managed occupational pension scheme, second tier, and a voluntary fully funded and privately managed provident fund and personal pension scheme. Employer enforcement has been beefed up, and therefore we are entreating all employers to enroll their workers onto the first and second tier mandatory schemes and pay their contributions. Failure to do so will result in prosecution. NPRA, ensuring retirement income security.
Every mosquito started run away.
This advert is FDA approved.
Say Ebano electrical appliances baby baako pe na obinya de papa na ne buof Franco smart TVs every 32 Ekosiise 100 inches air conditioners, washing machines, blenders, microwaves, kettle, cooking stoves, your Samsung with CCTV cameras, any your crystal clear, never phones, any accessories abi you know that Franco number 1 Burua Franco shop be Benwo, Nekwajo electrical appliances ya tete small. First 0246 422 338 and 0555 939311 and www.francotrading.com. Over to me App Store, any Play Store. No download Franco app. Franco still phone papa. Is he?
Do you know how money moves in Ghana and across Africa? How it really moves? It doesn't move once a month. It moves 100 times a day on Ecobank's digital platform. Airtime for that's your sister. Transport for Papa. 500 Cs for Saturday's funeral. 2,000 naira for the cousin sitting jump in Abuja. Because we don't just move money, we take care of people. Money moves in every direction. Uncle to nephew, nephew to uncle, sister to brother on Monday, brother back to sister on Friday. And it moves together. The funeral contribution, the susu, the wedding levy, the hospital bill in the family WhatsApp group. In Africa, money is rarely one person's transaction. It's many people moving small amounts toward one purpose. That's how money moves here. And there's one bank built for it all.
Africa, 34 nations, one heartbeat, one screen.
Ecobank, the only bank built for the way Africans move money. 34 countries, one screen. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Africa, yeah. Africa, yeah.
She said, "Yeah, to be hard, and so she knew shop." The report no way. Minya, so many person here, and so she knew but Some for business will feel be more. I mean, why? Ideas, and be cool. The Biani are doing for Frau, and so I'm on to be any. So be a dean say, and yes, some drain when you. Eye sikasem. Bills wo ho idea. Menye comment na mantua bi o. Ye wo a free emergency loan, kosi salary loan, working capital, ni startup loan. Bills si ensro kra. For Ghana card be apply ya. Fresh 0596 920 833 and 0302 200 390. Bills. For sikasem wo ha nyina be dan ye.
1xBet, the grown will be bet. 1x games, not those who call a crash, burning hot, crystal, and our Western slots. Use the GH1 Games promo code, then your 300% bonus, a copy 5,500 Ghana cedis. 1x games, a good year who do Asha Homa, baby biara. Gambling where you're true, inti chano wa she yemu, enye ma wana wendi mfie dunwache. Gaming Commission of Ghana, ajin kratu yatumu.
World Cup fever no abo na Electroland Ghana Limited at the stadium in Nigeria Bawufie we dey ya tete nyama ni nyina so ye pese hu go bia pefe na wetimi abwaje won so asa wuti stadium hobby and entini ebro discounts e was Samsung, TCL and Nasco smart TVs nina ma match day bia nya we Nigeria na beji ye powerful air conditioners and ye coolers ye top and bottom mount chest and display fridges no gas cooker so washing machines, microwaves and ye small kitchen appliances in your kick out when the football promotion is so power fimu. Can't who your showroom any anamo si for one more Ghana fan enina. And our friend was 050-315-9738. Ubet me so call www.electrolandgh.com. Electroland, yeah, the stadium no Bawufie.
In the morning, I brush my teeth.
Oh, Fabia, now what you say? And who did you know?
Mom, Patros, I toothpaste not that the buyer no. Semi dish chimney, and no men no shame, no me boss of no me.
Wait, your excuse. Abo fratie. Was sorry, no pa. It was say what you tree was saying. And son, where did you? Now, no, so Ediana, sorry. What you true say?
Yes, ma'am. Medical kids toothpaste now, or the buy and run. And they treat me soon.
Why are dear? Cal kids toothpaste, dear. Yeah, mamma, frat is someone maybe in fear me, you know, opimum fiancia.
Name it, that is a strawberry. Now be semi dimple.
Debbie, ye need a toothpaste. And yet, toffee, why? Yes, say the Cal kids toothpaste. Be mamma, fra, with the infirm, you know, opimum fiancia, dear to tree woman say. Every say, a boy, a sea, in one bottle crow, Anna, a share, a pamumwa, a hasse, ne mana what day mapa, me bomber they say, me the Cal kids toothpaste, be mammy, made to tree woman say, Abribia, Cal kids toothpaste, and mamma, Francie to tree, and need Jesse.
Kel. Do you know how money moves in Ghana and across Africa? How it really moves? It doesn't move once a month. It moves 100 times a day on Ecobank's digital platform. Airtime for that's your sister. Transport for Papa. 500 Cs for Saturday's funeral. 2,000 naira for the cousin sitting jump in Abuja. Because we don't just move money, we take care of people. Money moves in every direction. Uncle to nephew, nephew to uncle, sister to brother on Monday, brother back to sister on Friday. And it moves together. The funeral contribution, the susu, the wedding levy, the hospital bill in the family WhatsApp group. In Africa, money is rarely one person's transaction. It's many people moving small amounts toward one purpose. That's how money moves here. And there's one bank built for it all.
Africa, 34 nations, one heartbeat, one screen.
Ecobank, the only bank built for the way Africans move money. 34 countries, one screen. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Africa, yeah.
World Cup fever no abo na Electroland Ghana Limited at the stadium in Nigeria Bawufie we dey ya tete nyama ni nyina so ye pese hu go bia pefe na wetimi abwaje won so asa wuti stadium hobby and entini ebro discounts e was Samsung, TCL and Nasco smart TVs nina ma match day bia nya we Nigeria na beji ye powerful air conditioners and ye coolers ye top and bottom mount chest and display fridges no gas cooker so washing machines, microwaves and ye small kitchen appliances in your kick out when the football promotion is so power fimu. Can't who na your showroom any anamo si for one more Ghana fan enina. And our friend was 050-315-9738. Ubet me so call www.electrolandgh.com. Electroland, yeah, the stadium no Bawufie.
Asempa FM. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The CIMT Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMT Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMT Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The CIMT Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen. The CIMT Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen.
Ekosiisen Jumadie ena ogusua utie no haye Asempa 94.7 na yede kan boss said ne yebeka Garrett ho asem ne atik atenase atik mahai
me de wa me juso
bokode unye adwuma no akakakra atik
asemu
majo
me juso me nyawa
boko
ye kunko but ye danyame asem.
All right. Mejidi say flooding ne ehun issues a asori aye kan wa follow an sa oso ko to ana anadi onim dada.
Me dey me ko to but you don't need any to know near Ekoso. Because idea it's been happening for the past few years.
Peja we no kakra.
Idea ACC Sebi you don't need to. And I don't need to talk to know near Ekoso. Idea we've had these experiences over the years, and we share the scale and the magnitude of disaster now. Sisi idea akodru pempensu bi a ehadwen yi pa. Look, and I am of the view that this should be a national emergency. But as you are buying funny, so it is one of those things. It shall also pass. Where and start flooding a year and yet one of those strategies that we say we dear. It shall pass. It is not passing. If anything, it is getting worse by the minute. And I feel here. So you can imagine the extent of damage in the coming days. And we share the nonchalance of government is for me not only annoying, but it's also very disturbing. Essence, the loss of property and life. No. If you tenasi Nkrofo mo ahwere mo japade and the amounts involved, this should be a national crisis. This should be a national emergency requiring a declaration of some immediate and aggressive interventions by government. But ushe ne ekoso na as flood the idea yenima etisinti well enye bibia extraordinary
enye big
deal but bibisa etu Jamaica no it became a global and it became a subject of global concern. Under this government, almost manisika, they sent to leave support to the people of Jamaica.
The same, they have Jamaica.
How is it any different from? No, how is it any different?
Went down, so.
Have you had the chance to look at some of the videos? So when you have chance to share videos, you can would have alajo. Sisi ayekaze kura odo river na extend ya befa alajo. There are still cars that were in active service, cars are edited than houses were submerged to the point that you couldn't even see the roofing. How else would we describe the magnitude of such disaster if not compare it to Niesi or Jamaica? In my view, look, if you even look at the extent of damage, me imagine in Jamaica for the
really?
Because if look at the properties, they are beyond redemption. Then they are beyond redemption. The structural integrity of some of these buildings have been compromised and has been compromised. And some of them unsigned habitable BM say ye bigune sin fufro because Sausi would nisikana unya you do so at your own risk because weaken some of the foundations. Well, until so per se was at BM dia and so say no fufro. So imagine the damage that has been caused. In the first place, Dainangaza would you seek a sea, Cecilia is no longer usable. Usabe usable like so saboka fufro. What must say? And would the family to say Chado? Look at the quality of buildings in Chado. Ebe submerged in South Flat Sea. Would you two die sebi William Ceramica ye who you Jamaica? And yepe. Until America say even the extent of ne ye who Ghana no.
Yeah.
As a mima dream no cry kesi crash and yesi wo Jamaica no.
Until the way I
but government found it relevant.
How I'm coming by say unu ne say as one of those things.
That's how government is
pay attention to it so much.
Absolutely. And you got here, yes.
Now the one who's buying president a year assessment at the helicopter, a year assessment where we wabekasa, what the challenges no, what task the task force no, except omunye juma, any enough.
Omunye juma.
Oh, some chassis. Some of the mitigation, flood mitigation, no, she saw some the guaquanso. Oh, some of us started draining near the
you see, nuclear woman is
I don't nearby me said the work on the bay, man.
No, you see, it's the attitude, it's the lack of urgency. Ushe Ghana, we've known, say, Accra is flood prone for a number of factors. There are multiplicity of factors that Emma, I can say, Accra is at risk of flooding. A be a geographical. A man-made, all kinds of reasons. But we've always known that Accra is a high-risk city when it comes to flooding. Enti ese yedinyoma egua kwanso ana yedinyoma gu kwanso. Senebeya ebetimi prevent the recurrence because flood is that. But like I was saying, the extent, the magnitude of yehui is like never before. It's like none other yehuda.
Tinkediana president in
very good. Oh, say, and yes, Esha Siena Nekodrusa Pempensui. It started slowly. We were seeing, say, in Sutua, na ayuhu, then I can't want some just like we do with every other national issue. A one ananka, esse abain ehuni say, Adi, look, yan she answanwa, a bit to Kodrusa Pempensui, and that's where we are today. To the extent that the World Bank with the government of Ghana found it necessary to introduce a project to be a friend garage. And it shows us that problem the sources of the problem are very well known to everybody who cares to read and to ask about Nientia Yehu flats in Accra. Sa Garida Yediba, it was an acknowledgement first of the fact that Accra is a high risk city when it comes to flooding. 2, the necessity for mitigation measures. Sa project this is what it communicated to us. But has government taken that project seriously? And Usha, the focus was on Odo River and solid waste management and other issues. But Usha, any Odo River nunkwa, any areas are eben Odo nunkwa they are affected when there's flooding. Chado is a bit far from Odo River, but he's become a shall I say victim of flooding. It tells you say it's a generic problem when it comes to flooding in Accra. Any area is at risk. If you consider this a national emergency, you know what to do. What must here? Abainzi big push. Sabi cars na ebe fa sa kwan so na nam alaju nsuyi mu no. Ndi ko big push na cars ni wa nyanza be ne wom sabi. What is here? So sometimes you need to scale your priorities right. Big push, everybody wants roads. Obia ni wa ompe kwaya esuye ana third roads. Obia pe. Nemom if in the scheme of priorities, Udi managing flats and mitigating flats. Eri akwaina yesi yebeyeno. Ghanaians would choose Saf managing flats in the meantime over Sa akwaina yesi yebeyeno. But do you have an idea how much money we sank into sole sourced projects, contracts here? Yes, the big push.
And do you feel say priority no as a man no?
as this government, or mine, the rest of us, Ghana, I think say we consider flooding and the management thereof as a major priority.
Okay.
It's just this government that doesn't see it to be so. And I see
why do you see that?
Very good. When say Gary Tikano on the 17th of May 2024, Parliament approved $150 million as part of,
in addition to the previous $200 million.
Exactly. Disbursement, the previous government couldn't do all the disbursement before it left off office. But whereby the IMF and the World Bank are complaining, say, because of the fiscal choices of this government, Enukra cause delays in the disbursement of Sa Sikeya Nanka Yedi Bua to manage and mitigate floods in Accra. No? Which tells you, say, as far as this government goes, on the scale of priorities, flood management and our Garrett project, is last on the agenda. Until Enshadam for Muhusa. Near Mampenyi flying in a helicopter, you know what he spoke to us? A man from Chomadrian Koso. He's telling us, the rest of you can be affected. Media to near the I can always fly.
Oh,
that's what it means. Flood is here, you go to the affected sites.
You don't need
Debbie. I don't know if you've paid attention to politics in the US. Anytime there is a hurricane, the president or the governor, whoever is in charge of Flycoa or Sifom, go to Nandipana Kubibia, Adino Asino. The person doesn't fly over the affected site. Because if you really care about Nkrofo who are affected, uko from now, the extent, ubehuni ye, and it would inform your choices whether to take urgent actions and to treat it as business as usual. Oh, if you don't see it as much as uko site.
How if you want to say Accra, a dafom, in swamming cranginano, ye, I just say we see at you
see. Who now who sends you need a trim, and was who sends you trim. But Nkrofuna, Sebi, Omo Nkrofuna, Omonye baby dano. How do you see them? It is when you see these victims, it is when you see these affected persons, and the people say, even though this is a problem we've always played with over the years, but Nkrofua Mabe share this is different. The feeling is going to be different. What you must hear. And Nuntina, instead of say, Yebeka say, what are the things, the concrete things I say here to deal with the problem in Accra? Largely, a drainage problem. It's a problem of drainage.
Okay.
What was here?
I take my men call Ahoma Somra. Many honorable Kojo Ponkroma or your former Works and Housing Minister. Many no in Incomo. Honorable Majoy.
I'm just doing it.
Yamiadrum now so.
And said that ready a cost of crime, a few other cities, but on your medium patching.
Yeah, do bad, I say. Dear Dickain said a wabosono, floodina a sea, a moon commander drag your bedrene. Yabeko swan swaka, because yin a solution. A ye new. Am I do we need assessment? And young measures I was see Digua Quanso over the years. Ye bibi to mitigate that situation we are now.
First of all, I knew my century Jamaica Academy, KPTB 2007, April, May, June, be ensure flood once ember. But Mekai say Ghana pine when you be Ghana pine. If I the T4 said the Omani Africa 2001-2002 Vice President Ali Muhammad on no call around for the next year. By 2008-09 President Milk Nankata and a few see from Kotre. Then later by 2016 President Muhammad Nankata see from Kotre. By 2018 on, if a lot of work at the near building drainage systems are, I would say in soon at part, if you can see a brick and make quite a bang cry when you know, send you need now can it be doing crime. Then a bidum try, I will say to me, baby fa. At the fafi and come at the Pugu eponymous. And there was a whole grand design there. Probably the first one built major tunnels that didn't see no Babestan. Now you see council into a country is Capi World Bank for and the Greater Accra say resilience program. I near friend of Garrett, you know. And it's 3 campaigns Capi World Bank. I know said building drains I can see now mention Abeseko. Into and the more designs ni nara. Baby, I was in slow fa, there was a yo horny idea. After seeing Huska, Emma can cry, yenya, and yenina, and yenina. Now they are can say Jumano, some penny for Becana, human and pay. Now, yet to me, create those drainage channels that Abema is your baby.
Okay, honorable.
Yeah, Abena.
Yeah. Eti yensha Garrett project a waka ehho asem you know a Greater Accra resilient and integrated development. Yensha the project no ne success. Ehina edruye before maban efripa because ehho issues ta sorry ibi kwase sika no modi ana ibi sika no kwa masesa ne nyina de ko nti wo se Ghana fo bebi samudi enti ankran egusu eyiri after Garrett no anu ye ben na mo ma Ghana fo
Abra ye fi abemo no na project na ye do be 40%. O hanjichi mu obianan bienwie. Number 2 obi bi obeka se osumesi ana obente wiesta every project no nipa kro no oye otrofo mambonifo. Isan say you see aneme mo any see the politics. Penden ansa Dr. Bamia 8C form or more at the one. I deal with inferior politics. At a bimo, who's a walk and say a bimo say, can I won't kind about more almost an end this bonnet at the end. Or when I did piano for some dear politics, they can sometimes before. How do you inferior politics? Okay, it's the first time I'm just going to see the power, but all back.
Mitiona.
I encourage can you. O wi omsi MPP aban wi guarantee ka enra nwumre na mene o mo MP baako ataita de obeye press conference about Bank of Ghana result ewo join you so ono anenu muto o say the program is fully funded sikani na o yen wi extra ya pension ye 40% as kanu de o si tu nyina yeti ama contractor for ne ade in fact project fund no sika na o say kodum no after the time I pay abem na sika wo me be 13 million Ghana cedis aban we buy no be school says can na be go back to the consolidated fund single treasury account 2 and sana they also here me am pension time na me minister na be ma contract ahodo to various contractors okay be Hariza call none you we can put any from bus stop.
Okay.
Bus stop in Chen drain can stay back and I was saying minutes and it rolling and a day a soccer ball from I am a contractor in India. My contractor in Fiat. Come on, maybe be a minister last 9 months of Akufo-Addo tenure. And here they after saying some way they after touching why. Maybe buy a crime is my contract on it. Tell some to me a hojum. Meko alugboshi na contractor for ho mo ye adwuma early warning flat systems I would say ni na ya kishe ni no they are not cancer ban release this World Bank report about in May this year yeme na make am more multimedia for more report about the more kind World Bank for report World Bank for say it can was ban release my contractor for no abana tmesi kan so say okay so man no ticket no e looking good until release this can. The contractor for over what you come on me yejuman, no yejuman. The do 40%. And the local kind of World Bank reports now so are downgrading implementation. Because implementation and no one they are can. It do be sent cabana and maybe and come over 60% for. But some person money figures no looking good into or must suspend the payments. Now contractor for years can be in your juma. Into the sorting also a cultural drainage systems also more culvert near there also a chin to fair wager. Ufi Kaswa Bao. Since you twa, until you will be punished na a big wa. Now, if you Kaswa Bano, Omunya Kwamba, to both say, Omupin crying for Omu Kwana Fika for the bid. The drains I can see a war from Kaswa to Accra side, when a bit me a change, you know. Not change you never see. I was at our contractor, Mutiano, with me a drains, you know. Natural one, Tiana. So, because all Pacific gets no way to Tiana. Ensure na Bribia, this and compose sign the fact Accra to Tama side. Sorry, Accra to Kaswa side. World Bank reports and say, one can some measures on their bank to Muntia contractors. So, no count on Muntia contractors. The year breast or bright, you are Bermuda, never 40%.
Okay. And yen share from 2019 to 2024. Na in France 5 years. Edna Mudidi Sejumano. 40% ye kan honorable Ponkroma. Eye impressive.
I feel back over a Juma Papa bien to me uncle so. Saturday 2020. Contractor who do na air court were gone in Nara do na time in the is it only Madikuntia? Because in December 2019, no, Assembly by 2020, many man who was of course in Uncle Juma. The 12 months were lost. Apart from 12 months that were lost, no, World Bank and Ankatama acquired say, Sikane Ede Garrett project, no. Omuni Ebi, Enfenye, at the rentum a better Yenu Juma, no more you replace this can. And penny and pa to rentum near Korea, no replace this can. But in Kayibetu 2025, I had to ask me, baby, I don't care do a second, I'll take a colony. And the World Bank says, yeah, just the way to be think it could do, and Kosa. Because Abena is not to spending of money. The IS Rabbi said, so what kind of person money figures in your face? Now, in your bid to pursue that, Nipa 37 in Ua. So, channel power has already released 300 million. 300 million into me for beer, was raining on Emma Battle. Promo equal you money a day. There's no amount of fiscal discipline that can pay back for their life. So, Bekaya 2020, I come out to rent and pay. Roman Penny, I go for the catcher and say, ye be any beer, ye be boca. Nemo Nipa, Elwin. Essaying, Ika. Now say, a bad wa is bet now Makamaka being feedback. Until say, we know what it takes to bring the economy back to life, but we don't know what it takes to bring people back to life. It's kind of hard there. You say, yeah, you money pound.
Okay.
Yamohobay.
Mame, minima dear Sawahu Ura Franklin Kujo, a poster waye. Concerning Garrett, and breakdown diamodi sikana ye sikanimu 21% echo into training, 7% echo into consultancies, and what describe a part a year 59%, $60.8 million as I don't know was the lion's share are more diverted at the COVID-19 related spending emu and others. And according to him, no, just $11.4 million are a year, almost 11% of the entire loan. And now, more core flood prevention and mitigation works. It's the purpose na kasano. Sika most more core ye dia swako form ye project when ye no na a barely 11% out of the actual amount was some did jumano. What response to this and some of their trouble on ten.
Abena said in Franklin Kuzo, any World Bank is now one and Asempa Begedi.
Ghana for Biano.
Yeah, the Franklin Kuzo, any World Bank is now one and Asempa Begedi. World Bank at a time I you can me 40%. Te so bi be jinante na ono kana semo. Mate de okano. To say be a brew, say be a nyado. Me bisa say the World Bank be catch on some people fear them near 40%. No before for can be a name of the jody. Umi nyai sa be na to say ko bi mo ati kroma. Asempa ni campe no more maba be not in the defense of Abena. World Bank report May 2026. Say Abena kasa measures or mo de aba. My spending on the priorities, you know. And no nama project na pan din so. Me mesre abai. Me sada me sai. Sike bia wo se spend bia de bogana for nkwa o mo japade ho ban no. Me ma ye tintin tin se pese ma o mani figures no. Ye publish figures be ma figures ne ye prepare. Ye ma me mo ye papa mo ayi ti so mo nim se bote fa no mbebo me komado me ka beda ho no ma bo oboma tuku kono mo yare sta ho e ka on be ye se juma omu nyanto woda so mo pese obo bank account ye fe no mo ma e bi afini da ye ma me mo ti mokola na kejiti na ye papa mo ti abuso kan bisa o di o telephone na bi to mo say omu be people mo bank account na ye fe no mo matifia no mo yere mo yare no ne no mpe ombe ka tro se busia kra na pa ombe bo emeki sure say o mo mabe ko school o mo yere no ma yare ye be so mo yare tro be ka tro say na wo fiscal discipline na wo spend it kano fika e ozi ehia ne de aye project ama se be nipa nkwa nipa japade nipa yie de abo ho ban no wo spend dia Nipa 37 na wu no betumi akire o msen akire o. What is the value of one life? Timisro. Ye de ye sraban. Se ta atade na ode ahye se krokro de John. O peso ma enema bi hu ye fe. Enti baby wo se you kieti. We last 2 months. A Greek minister be ka kire mo se sabri I will see release the car for fertilizer and make you afford to me, Sebe, Ado, Womu Efu, Nabosumi Bayan Maya, Nemu Bawe, Nimuno, Edviane Abba. A binding release this car. Never can you agree with it and the can. So, what now so better figures no way to release the cano. Now, person of catch inflation, I expect, we are a dollar expect, it will release the cano. No, China, Equapone, Yadu, Muhia, ne come due, Bibano Wua. Figure na wo be jini nkwa na na fede.
Okay.
Inti be stre aban. Baby e wo so mo release sika ema se fertilizer o se flooding o se nkwala be nya djuma o se dey o mo mani nko no mo nya se djuma no. Na wo paper figures no ho se figures na ye fe. To more figures next rate than I thought we are parliament. I can't.
Okay.
Paper figures, no say figures, na 20 obobo. Maybe we nipe wu, nipe di apenia. And no about parliament. Some say we person release 300 million. Nipa ne wu we na fini be release 300 million. That 300 million e be ma hoya na aba back to life. Nipa na ne japa dia say no 300 million e be ne day. Ya approve am all. But they are not there say we they are ne be wu. Dia ni ewu, dia ni kunu ewu, dia ni yiri ewu no 300 million na ewu ni be den ama no. Two people figures no why fair ni pe wu ye na ye den. Wo abana oti we. Se wu kunu ana wo papa na wo ba yare. Ni e ka se ko bob betia na gene nkwa. Abana wo mo. Ana oti we se tika da ho ni e se spending e fanji obi nkwa wo nye. They have paper figures, no say figures now 3.5, now 3.8. Then you pay who?
Honorable Kojo, many will be me per se, yes, 40% completion stage now, Mudi Eja Hono. Fan say 18 months more and a year rano. 1 year and over. Yebehia, this amount net debt, you know. Ye enough, and as I was here, Sanko Pebi, at the Becca home. It's a state woman. A jato honma for all this period, you know. Be a sign a worse. Attention, DJ, you know. You be here, Sikabium Nedia, you say, Jumano.
Abena say me kase me tehei me hu documented so say you be here more na me otroko.
Okay.
Me hu wo mu new figures o mo. By the time I yen fi aben mu ni bi. Let's see car ye ni World Bank for ahye agye ato ho. Ni project na ya bedu 40% wo so mo to aso no. Na be so. Me nim de nesi. Of course project de uja to 1.5 years me did say na be better. But me kase minimum figures na me your profile. Me ne won kasa me nua buy litron chero da. Nti how do you mean? Banka 18 months ago, World Bank report and say, tika 13 million na yet 3 deda to the project. Atama me see Abena yet 3 to the project say project no yen fen to aso. Abai ne buy go for World Bank report mention say, o see oswipu sika no e be do consolidated. It was swept away. Mamen kai will be. Who kai sa Abai ne buy no ka say yenyeske bia wa Abena. And I hear catch a Ghana for Sabani Ditro because what purpose is what various project accounts nina they are big single treasury too. And all catchers or buy no more betting by all managing. But no credit says you can't hear Jebu. What purpose na for go SPA2. You can't every performer lose about moving free. And then a World Bank for to say, Gary, they are not 13 million. Almost super near way. Contractor for a moment, you must have money in Tiaono. Okay, time of finance minister Abena Parliament said, and for a year I ordered for payment. There's no evidence of work. MP before I come for not 13 million Gary account.
Okay.
Okay, report now May 2026 report. Let's say I feel a buyer best say in here to cut back. Think how this kind of why near politics no propaganda. Now this kind of more no me here Jumana. In case me any part 37 about whom you know and I'm here. Abena Bianca omodi omunzoro kwa ire sraban me tada mtsaye e kebie also tuama Ghana for nkwa ye nana akufo ado kan say we know what it takes to bring the economy to life. We don't know what it takes to bring people back to life. If there was a spend the many pound kwa anane japa de boho baino chen round American story bit very quickly. Dr. Baumia Getting a call, baby. Mammy Baku, open for 8 months, a few weeks.
Okay.
Sebi, a Duma shed I need it. Makikan in Sase. Nema Kakra, ne bag, a Yamuma, in a bag, I call the before maternity. What is that all? Or no, the Yamini didn't help with Yama, Nimqua, or any bunny in an Nimqua, Sebi, or Bob Mobile. Then will be near me now. It's near my field, the park or afan no afan ba any because you your hospital cramponi abeta and now I see a friend to me o pit kakaka e di tia me about to say menu no doc ma me try any tia scan ne ho ti o wa no bi firi ni kwa sika na obo ho ba na ho dey.
Okay. Anaboko Jopon kromanyumre yi ma me na ase ne ebra wanyama yen e we kosi senso
ye bema wono ma 3 adofo yakọ Oma should Japadi na a best selected amount. Kakra ye bit me the abom ye fi ase sebi e chene mama kumi lumi en sebi e de abobo eniano e be stress onyankopon moa. Nemom ye best traban say program da ho e wo so mo di hu juma no mo spend sika mai to me bo nipa enkwane e Japadi o ban no. O me hwe no mo ni so. Abraham Dase.
Anaboko Jopon kroma e former works and housing minister. And I'm no edi enkobono na mabedwafo atena se Atik Mohammed social commentator akosua manu kozi oye NPP communicator no sanso ye advisor eba no gender and social protection wo Dr. Mahmoud Baumia NPP flag bearer no ne office kozi atena se nana ya achempim jantoa oye presidential staffer Nana ya so ewo hanti nchebia no ya bese enkomodi na se na Kelchako toothpaste ewo ho ema wa bribia ubechu sen wanum beda ho wosimbe ye fita ebe ye nkamboni afi wanum na atukaka se wo wosimudia eye culture co toothpaste enkwada nya 6 years and above etumi edichi omse emane ye ma bi menwa bribia na anopa ene anwumre oni enkwada ne nyina muntwi mose Franco Trading Enterprise so the mobile phone ye ho accessories bebre no a ode aba etukwa Franco atena ya ubenya biato ene gi 70 so ma 40% discount ebra oni ni dija ewo digital platforms no so ubetumi na dija wo hodia na je se wo download the Franco Trading app no ewo Google Play Store na still phone papa fie no ejwade no akoso discount de eye utumi tone madodo be koton wie na wanya faso bebre na na senso totone ade ba bienso tatai no ya na edentontomba tabia heba mixture ewo ho no ma osebetu malaria na se ema malaria emfa wonko wom no nom tabia heba mixture ema me osanso ewo eye tabia takuma eno no ye emema de na tabia zone care eno so ye immune booster ye wo tabia heba capsules a etu ayemtimase eye pharmacy shop bi ebe oboroma obenya tabia enre biato na wanya ahoto hye no so ema me so ese Ecobank egusoa eboye nyina yenkaye ese Ecobank ma wahoto so so ye bosumi adwuma na wawadwuma wo ye no betumi do sika to kakra o ma wachitae besie bi a wo pe no Ecobank edisa adwuma no o digital platforms ahodo so a betumi aye transactions amana ye o mobile app eno no 34 African countries between your transactions said ya kwa nyina eye Ecobank or say the Pan African Bank or transfer sika say ATM access so person manage one kasa finances abibia obabia na bia no a eye Ecobank na wo say when no edija I take the medical na hyase
nanka maybe you on a note let me just
and 1 minute into we mama
you can invite my colleagues
1 minute into
share their views ni na mpese mechanism what says Agari project it was just a part of a bigger project. Garrid was just restricted to Accra, but Usha flood in I mean it's a national tragedy. It's not limited to only Accra and Kwan. Yeke some boys who sebi at Orancham no ebia kodru. And it tells we say flooding is a national problem. And the approach should be national in nature. But Gary, no, because of the intensity of flooding in Accra, ntina na yedi enu ehya no. What I say so that we can get to do other interventions and introduce other interventions nationwide. But even with Garrid, no, I am not being regime specific.
Okay.
Both MPP and NDC are buying. I think the speed now I would expect to characterize the implementation of the project, let me say, at
the 40% MPP DJ,
not even the percentage. You see, what is 40% of what? Because Usha projects now there were different categories. I mean, you can say there are different goals. What must say? In Tiguka 40%. What are we talking about exactly? My focus is on the storm drains, waste management, and all that. And I would speak to how we have failed in managing waste in this country. And my dream, it is also one of the key contributors to the disasters.
Okay.
Now, look, there's a study that is done by One. It's a study that was published in 2025. They did an impact assessment. They wanted to find out what is the causal impact of this particular intervention on flood mitigation in Accra. The results have not, shall I say, are mixed. Findings, are mixed, which tells you that, and one of the main concerns they've raised in their study is the speed of implementation, and shadan koye.
Okay.
But it is even worse in this administration. The reason why it is worse is when you take a deliberate fiscal policy decision, say media, because I want to achieve a certain macro stability, I am avoiding expenditure. Which expenditure avoidance is affecting projects as important as flood mitigation. Then it tells you, like I spoke about priorities, when Shadam flood as that important, that deserves the attention of government.
Okay.
Compared to other projects like the sole source big pusher or Moyano.
Meda say Atik Muhammad den atene kana akosia kozi. Majo. Bokode.
Yes, what done. Nanso, say now, like I said, wiki I room with you say, Anyet, and I anti Asempa so. Midday in Chaka Sevema, a tea for ne, Ashefo, and me sister Pain, me brother Timin Chamber, me mammy Pain.
Come as an agenda.
Make us say, speaking about, and I say, ye chicken como efa at Renchema esi Ghana no. Edding Oshedi see wo TV so na uko bibia affected communities are edding. And me say obi etitia I even feel it before they speak. That's okay. Me no. So I can feel what people bony friend empath. Sometimes no I say me treat me who feel situations because me tia no cry say or mo cry say no mo fame I can feel it. And then there ya won say untumi solve obi a problem. Ye frank to me Dr. Mahmoud Baumia etisimu ko share affected areas anyasu utum English ya man from part of wager. In fact baby ye gina ye first a share insu na yiri wo hono na mo mo gina hono say mo start ejuma no wa ha but ejuma no nkoso sisia na aba ye gina ho a ye twetwe nkomo no just 200 meters away na obia ewu edaho nti ye di nkomo no mo twen se obia ewu da hafiti Monday ye ko Tuesday
okay
obia ewu da hafiti Monday na me hwe body no na me bisa se why na sebe owo fia ontin mbaka anase ni kunu pie ya onhu ne ye anase ne bampo na ukofoma ewo anyanso utium maame ba ko a efi no mu no embemunu mienu ko so mu koto eduane omo baba ko no bebi ombe didi wo no water pump se minim se electrical o se den yo omo be hu omo se didi o electrocution emo mu wo on the spot maame ba ko a ye flag bearer ye bora afienim se ekuchia ebusuafo mbebunu mienu oba ba ko bema ba ko okunu de na oko hospital koji yesi osi certificate or something maame no andantem but the omo can say insuo no wo ni bu ya no pe no na insuo bora afienim so imagine say wada na weni beti no wo insuo mu eto de bia usu da ya ye fre bibi asa usu da na untumi nsori na achichi mununkum inti one shot you can imagine anguish say we feel say sleep paralysis and achino but the harsh reality is that she's dying in real time in kofua open for baako a chese onumpo de na sema oka intadi chese everything gone na me amigina hono me bisa me ho say I can imagine say ebia enya akra na meti ebia meti kuma ase na me besra me nua bi na yesin so ejiri afaye na yewu as we speak bodies are still being identified enwa video of bebunu bia o kase body no mako ye fika anim nanso meiska meji musika
yeah alaju
yes ejuma nka nadum or other agencies should do even in times like this and can say military tisim because you see a condition one shot there'll be outbreak of diseases. That same Alajo, 2 boys in a car, they died in a car. How they got swept off? Oh, eto de bia, oti car moi, e o se can mood, busu mood. But the force of water, it can wash you away beyond baby cry ususu say. Ufi say, jina baby, sing baby ususu say enye. Na there in hearing some of the commentary and especially blame game because sanka the blame game ebesha asie woni pewu a this week alone the no near the kika other things are esia na ense kese ebisa say ye kwa na ye ba. It is a very difficult situation.
All right.
People it's I don't know. I don't know how obi mame baako story ne ba we free akwa no kopri no de bia brain no edi a day also akwa no brain no 40 cedis a day. Maybe say on 40 cedis a day when you be me wa he because we cause me do call lunch one spend their 800 Ghana and I'm a boy. Maybe also so impressing me. But the barest minimum. Yes. Okay, so you call lunch. Obey no spending at least minimum 800 cedis. So 40 cedis a day. Also ebisa say why na behwem. Na oh dear, me dear no I
me da say me da say nana ya atempem janto nana majo
me de me ne waka mfanchia mo weti for ne mfanchia mo ahwefo o Facebook na menchia me sister kosi no ya me amede nso duru ha ne refie and atik de ono so another trouble one why did so ya gentle setters me no me fanchia mam na menchia mafi obi
ncho beba
na me fanchia wo ma wo baby o mu obi a one Dominic Abena nim se me de nka me ya kotom
ade now o banana yes na o badwa so no yeah
nta me nka me kotom kura sa enke nye de saving me ne se na air time because me share me watch na me hwe time me drew I took it as a normal rain
yeah
what am I say we are na kosi ka se me emblem a niema bi wo hwa friend education say me kind yes nkofo didi matter but me I believe say a sensitization education a key me be mukasa engagement because me fan to say oh na say your rainy season inti no insu eto what am I say inti me drew me bana me drew the first standards board on na me share me time me drew no hwade a me hu ye no na me share me time na me share traffic na me ka che me hu se me ndru
yeah
so
that
is the point yeah. Granted they say any time na anka me ye den
ka obefam
anka me fam na anka me tom what did me che me manisi me fifi no mo yem hye wo mato anse say ne ma me hin no okoi but once for me maybe it's a flaw maybe I don't know once I commit to something say my catch or say me ba
yeah
my catch or say me you say no matter what I have to fulfill it and that was the driver but anka me tom and also when I saw the traffic ewo kromo no then it also said they say everybody I think most people thought say it will rainy season a ordinary rain for me anything that will let a Ghanaian lose its life no it's not the best
okay
ya momu nyina yakọ na omu nyina so a omahwe wo properties omu niema no I am happy say some relief you're setting it up. So I think that's, I mean, it will go a long way to help. But of course, if you lose your home, and to say the older baby, and it's very different. Even who will be cramped now on that one password and same baby. But they are now telling us more rains are going to come.
Yeah.
Because at the NS, you know, maybe a research Kakrano and coastal West Africa has been flooded. Togo, Nigeria, Benin City, going on. And Abroche so a heat stroke, they say. They are recording
Europe side.
They are recording high temperatures.
Yeah.
So we need to know say BB cost, but BB cost as I say it me shema enko for yeden ehotowom. So going forward, if there are more rains, I think there should be more education, more interventions. Because also that me know can be a can kasaya or gaso on phone when I go home.
Sure.
They say see a dear Ben you going forward. Me can be trouble chase what you always have to benchmark with best practice. O told them ness a storm or hurricane a bar. Yeah, the 2 TV so say go to lower levels, do this, do that, do this. I believe that morning, no, before that, and can you see a pimple? Necessary education be back at chess, a dear bachelor. As I say, you stay indoors. But even when you stay indoors and it comes to carry your place away, that is also another thing. So going forward, I think says it is a very pathetic situation.
Yeah, hono unse under Garrett project, you know. There's a part na the Accra flood early warning systems.
Yes, early warning.
The early warning system.
Yes, important.
And the former Works and Housing Minister is informing us say, omukototoye eye installation na are ready for operationalization. That is what they are communicating to us. And if you will be to say their Works and Housing Ministry, no, I was someone responding to it, my.
But you see the
point. Because I tried reading around it. Say a flood early warning system. Ne purpose and kasa ye early flood detection. So at yes, timely warnings. Kokobono beban na NADMO other agencies me in charge or take over. Emergency response. You know how I be position. Sanya mani na etiro say. Omutumi and Bibi na operationalization. Why is it not operationalized yet? Works and Housing Ministry, we and the early 1 year would be how far with
Works and Housing? I'm surprised it's sitting with Works and Housing Ministry. Works and Housing Ministry, no more DNA say, will be a sedan or baby and yes, Works and Housing Sanitation. Ultimately, early warning system should sit with GMETs. I don't know if I'm wrong.
But say once I know about.
So a stake. You see, that's what I said. Said this thing is a stakeholder engagement issue, because
4 implementing ministries under the Garrett project. Works and Housing can health can local government can and a ministry. Well, now we no longer have ministry.
But I think
it's under local government according to the president.
But
so now 3 instead of 4.
Garrett, but I'm saying, who gives us that early warning system? That early warning sign.
Be in collaboration with the Meteo.
Yes, they have an overview.
Weather pattern.
Instead maybe say him fancy. Is the machines and now say equipment and now say system at the Ministry of Works and Housing and now say at the GMET.
To those in charge of Garrett or some of my
that's it, because you get me. Him fancy. Because former minister, Kasa or no answer no bekono or share, but he intimate operation and he see. You should have been able to tell us because intimacy, Works and Housing, they don't have the expertise. What I say, and the Ministry of Interior Defense about engineers regiment so a whole gamut of stakeholders almost sadden into machine is him. Because at the fulcrum of Sadia early warning system. And I'm happy that they said there's a system that is able to indicate to us ABC. How does it work? edi a flash conkrofo phone so ana edi alert conkrofo phone so ana say then what is the architecture of that system? But say no system no kwa ni ho as technology the human face can do it. For instance, in the energy electricity sector, when they are supposed to do it, and I always fight with them, see about maintenance in a system, you are supposed to get megaphones and go around the area to tell them say 6 to a certain year maintenance off, so people can prepare. Do you get me? That if the electronic one is not working, media, extensive press conferences say impact nini. So almost early warning signs na. It is the nipa body o yare. Your body gives you early warning. My doctor was telling me it gives you early warning signs. If you ignore it, yare and escalate na aye be before. Okay. So early warning system who is in charge of it at this moment? It was done, it was put in place. Where is it now? Maybe somebody knows and they should tell us where it is situated.
Mate, medase na ya ena oteneka no ba kozi me hu se Dr. Baumia na wo kan ho bi ni mpanyifo bi e ka ho moko rounds areas ni bi eni ade visit na moko ye no to assess, to sympathize if manyana writer ade mane e bi na mode ko chiche
mattress dodo na efie mu a nsuo yi omo no wotum se notie ene ewo efie nim ntu be wrem no notie wo fie nim ewura bedrooms some
ayenso ne twende bae
and I even still cry bi efie ni bi wo ha nsuo da so ginim nti empa obeda so no empa no afo mattress na afo a time ben e ba be wo one him say mattress there would nsuo kra gusu if you spill it uti and abizo we mistake cry one day cry enye nti I say he funny e beda so at the very least no omo ankasa de mu bisa ye no ne ye den ye de koy na wo sha enimeni ya ne ye den ye de sa support ne koy it is not enough. We are well away abai Oman paying or tisui say 300 million or so 350 million to be readily disbursed,
but 200 na eco affected persons ne ho 150 year for flood mitigation enye full amount ni na eco 200 million Ghana cedis.
38,000 people affected. That means anya shekrani obi abenya say is that physical cash I be sure mun say
okay nti ebra modern your man call ya mo donate no nti more drinks and ade
okay Dr. Mahmoud Baumia ye Franka Tumima MPP ya dina o say party ne fapim ene say timemufo omoni suade hunu no ye be den ye be pija to empower the aspirations of people. Not even as a party ayenim say development in freedom ye moto no ye sense nim say there are people timemufo asebe ankwankwafo a oni bie oni support nti say ye den policies beto ho a be den e be pija omo nti ne ba be mu bia. You can point to policies that support dodoa ankwanko muni bie anomuni kamafo. Social protection as we say. Inti support na koye there is not enough, but at least governments utisimwa ebeboa, at least governments ndie na ho odin wo na MPA oye Ataisa Obekaya or say fiscal measures inti na oman disburse iska no. Very unfortunate comment. Misusu say anka oya appointee ebia odine djuma beto ho. But aban we nsu no ofuma onko bebia. Ye hu enkra ekwa akopre djuma imbebunu 8 awotwe ana yanze mushiro munkwa Elwak Stadium, no consequence. We didn't even declare a national day of mourning, Sebi. Maybe because they were not appointees. And so, what positions? We declared a national state of mourning. me hu say National Day of Prayer no. Me prayer mum dear, I'm not against prayer.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I'm telling you.
So are they praying against the rains or what are they exactly praying against?
You see, National Day of Prayer no, why it's not more share no. Me who say ebi mo complaining said nanke so more share black because of what see during the week or the symbolism of it that omo no so saying
some things are man-made. Me bo with the wadaroma.
Okay.
The prayer now omo no. Are they praying for lesser rains?
The bill say a national Thanksgiving service, and unfortunately the bishia nanaya wadaroma, and a bishia the infant say disaster no you know. No, Abena holding so by Yana Sonye.
That's the clarification I'm seeking.
Of course, I'm into you.
No. Or a question no bisano. Question no
Nana boy, Nana
question no bisano.
Nana
be no fine.
Okay.
But question no bisano. Utie commentary, especially on of course, social media is one echo chamber. It resonates with what Nkofoka. And I could see say it didn't go down well with people. Me sebi when we say namina. Me nyayanka me ti hati he people are sending messages. They need help in Tadie. Even in my own corner, me catch minu aketua say in Krano, me I have teenagers now. So almost wasimi. So omo closet mu bi ntade bia enkomo no yeyini enfa nkoma sebi the little we can do we have to. But question no bisa no, it is suggesting something say if you do not have a plan beyond settings, your own optics will expose you. If you do not have a plan beyond settings, your own optics will expose you. Optics ni tree you're saying.
Settings
say frakadam as a wo hihye adwuma no as a settings here unze no fe kama unze chine nice into ohwa go say girl we there the maminko buru madam fulan cruiser
now a pulley up Lamborghini want me to
do car na e o say Kosia.
Into when I jana one jana two no.
Me see Abena based on once a question will be answered based on the national prayer. No? What he's saying is what majority of people were bewildered. Say, how are you doing a national Thanksgiving when there's been a calamity? Honorable Muntaka said, say, in the history of Ghana, at Renchemwe, it been cedar. That's what he said.
It was right.
Say, then we have to look at what the warning signs were.
Okay.
Say, minia, the confusion as to where only baby what's the early warning system. I am a back garida. Me who say a back Garida, NDC communicators, any or more lead and the leading communicators have a certain struggle because I say no person omu blame me for issue. Oh, they yen share in the history of this country. A Buzia governments from the historian is here 1969 to 1972, and a government no. At the time, Progress Party, no, traditional, yen MPP for, we come from. Yen Shishaya, said about Greater Accra, a long-term vision. In Israel, who say we'll have a sewage system, a water system. A bayer to say, Sena, ye took Kwanya, Sebi, Ufro, a rimshane, echo, a manonia, Ube who say, Omu, in Sonu Bayi Kra, not just a bibia, a sin, ya done na omufesi. Unfortunately, through coups and other things, initially hunu say yam bandina na ya eden ye trim, and this was what characterized Ghana's history for a very long time. Ye ba abemu no, and ye hun say no. A year World Bank, ye din shisheye kotu menu. Ni e catch room say Greater Accra no Ebia, and I'm sure that the previous government saw it, is a disaster waiting to happen if we do not put the measures in place.
Okay.
Inti area si nyina sikakra bia ba time. E dia supati ye the plan e call you plan ye immediate, but World Bank so say ade a wodi be your photo a support inti rimshain, flooding, other things. Come to us and we'll vet it. You are honorable your friends say World Bank and you say obi or kase na nye o man nye then who will you believe? Because at the basic minimum no credibility the highest. And we have to walk a certain fine line to always draw down on whatever funds they have.
But do you want to say Franklin could you any credibility, Anna?
No, I'm saying that you can't make that deduction. I'm saying that it is hard for me.
Because you say or yin to say there is a delay from
to listen to Well,
there's no delay from Abena.
Oh yes.
And where is that coming from? There's even a study I just mentioned. That delay has acknowledged delays as part of the problem that happened.
I take me back home.
Say World Bank in the number of years are pretty developing countries and even developed countries that go into crisis. Ebe kan sema nenye wu kwesi wu so a oti echiri e can be. Tajoti da make anase. It cannot be the case. Beyond coups and other things, we came to a point. 50 years later, this was the vision. 50 years old. Yabedum Pempenswa, MPP made a move. The government of the day, Greater Accra Resilient and Integrated Development Project, GARED. What was it going to do? Flood mitigation was one. Waste management was one. Which areas? Odo River, meboa. Achimota abufu, ehosi. Me mama ne me papa moti Achimota side. Abufu. Shoto bebrea those days yiri. Inti if it is one of the worst ones, yiri. South Kaneshi drain. Dr. Buzia Highway drain project. Nima Paloma Odona River. All these areas, Atomic East Land, including a early warning system here, okay. They saw all these things and said, Debbie, let us protect the lives of the people. And so that was the thinking. Mestre, 2014, 2015, in Sotoy, there was flooding. The president at the time, Osan Kachre and say, Wakachre, Minister of Finance, say, unreleased funds, no omunya day. Build the storm drains. At the time, he added, say, a bit flooding. In so in
okay.
Fast forward. Same places. And now what is even worse is other places you never think say be flooding. So it's not about blame game. But if we are going to lay blame, the one who secured the funding say obechichire vision bia ebeboa na accelerate the broader vision of 50 years ago. Okofa sika ba ya sa sika no busian say okobo busian betua ho interest. It is different from sika and two ministries, between Ministry of Finance and Agric were fighting over. Sika ba ye juma ni keke na raise certificate na koyeden o see wo inflation ebeba fominti na timemufo ehun se ono hwe sika so yie ntino NSR projects na manyenye. So if there will be blame, it will land squarely at their doorstep. Intina me ya say there are certain external parties who may not be directly spokespersons of the government. Some creative impression be. At the end of the day, one government 50 years ago forecasted say we are say the population will grow, waste management will become a problem, problem inti yemfa inhye nto ho ba akoko prisika baya enya bosia started project Diana Oda sa ministry anon onene kasa asisia honorable kojo ponkuma chirechire mu so ye 40% pacho e World Bank so website these things, the World Bank's reports on what we did is there. The same World Bank, kase abayo tisui anye. Inti sebe me no minsada minsayemu. I'm me like minye okay since touring.
Medase.
So you can imagine what people are going through.
It is well.
Knowing said there's a challenge.
Akosia medase. Atik. My memory on esa man be quite jao.
Yeah. Medase media. Say Ghana is a very interesting country. Yejina faku, but we pretend to be moving. But Ghana is stagnant. Yonko yenim. I am not sure. I would have thought say a namely we should not be discussing floods, any the disasters in the nature of floods. And yet we should be discussing how Ghana is racing against other countries in the AI, revolution. But yet you still can't say, look, Nkrumah envisioned, Buzia spoke about broad plans and all that. And the interesting thing is that the very locations are, now you can't say your dreams, they are the very places we are still discussing today. It tells you, say, where the problems are. We've always known the solutions, but what has always been the problem is the inertia of to deal with the problems. Now, and I am particularly scandalized by the choice of this administration. Look, fiscal policy does not operate in a vacuum. When you decide how much you want to spend or how much revenue you want to raise, it's for a reason. Ultimately, is for for enhancing the welfare of the citizens. Fiscal policy. In fact, economic policy generally, not just only fiscal policy, even monetary policy. Say inflation beba form. Nina is to make sure that the welfare of citizens is improved. And economic policy does not operate in a vacuum. And if your choice is say we want the indicators to look good. Now at the end of the day, at Torrenchem say, Abba, I do not think say you have advanced the welfare of the society. What you have done actually is you have deepened the ill-fare of the society, which is
into sharp the World Bank report on the buy in May 2026. The delay funding our anchor because near pesa ya umamu ye fair ye inflation CD any idea agent national a part to blame banner flooding semia into the Nina Sujana finance minister chi. Is that how we are?
That is what arguing? It is. We are not arguing say Nipa Bakuna is responsible for the floods.
Okay.
Name his choices. And every choice has a consequence, especially economic choices. They always have implications on welfare. I have always made the point, say, when you look at the social cost of economic policy, and then they say, look, this is worth pursuing or not. But so you don't factor social cost into your economic reasoning, and say, once they say inflation is coming down, once they say you can say the economy, some sectors or subsectors in the real economy, regardless of what social cost it creates, and farming home. At the end of the day, when he says this year we are voting 150 million Ghana cedis to do you can say flood mitigation.
Yeah, per the release of presidency.
Just
at the end of the day,
precisely. And now there's an added cost of 200 million. If we had pursued Garrett project, if we had done the disbursements that we needed to do, I'm not saying with certainty, but even Anke basic rana, the intensity would have been less. And we wouldn't have to spend 200 million doing humanitarian and relief support. So, because Ghana is a very interesting country. Okay. We are stuck, it's very stagnant, but we pretend we are making progress. What you must hear? We are in a rigmarole, like we are dancing around the same.
The tough one is say assessments by World Bank. Actually say fiscal controls na abine editor hono nhihye ya abine dia to ho say omo pese omo meet inflation targets ni ade no ehun sunsanso contractors ayenti omuka because osusu say yetua contractor car na sika beba na inflation akosro IPC interim payment certificate a contractor. Mrs. Abai when be onya bibi wo hoye.
I take what time na aka 2 minutes and na kosu ade kan no kase wi amekona na ya.
No, who na jima no? Who na moderator?
Who jai kasa so
what
you needed to protect me.
Downgrading.
I needed your protection.
I go see a mesamba hon pacho na.
No, now. Also, I give me time.
Yes. One carry.
I say she's always supposed to protect me. She's a moderator.
Brother kwade okono. Enti atik lande mame.
Look, yes. Leadership is just about choices. What you say? And media say, and like the Minister for Interior acknowledged, said this flood be so that. It tells you that this is a national tragedy that look, I say the attitude towards this is unacceptable, it's uninspiring.
Okay.
I say a fan say, well, it's one of those normal minor tragedies. But this is not. What I say, when we on waste management, we there just 1 minute. When him say, I don't know, Obi, we discussed this issue. And namely, Ghana is still focused on using landfill sites to dispose of waste. Go to the Scandinavian countries, Sweden and Norway. Less than 1% of our waste they call landfills. Now, what they have done is they've converted waste into a resource, into an energy resource. To the extent that omo waste, and so they even import waste. Ghana could be a net export. I mean, not even a net. Ghana could be an exporter of waste. As part of our management of waste plans, we could be in Crawford exporting waste to Scandinavia because they export waste into their country. But because you have waste management seriously, adi high is a resource, even if we can't convert it into energy. But at least you have Crawford media. Waste segregation 0, waste disposal bins 0. Look, and chair, you see now Bobo ya for omutimi sala ya because landfill sites in Suato. And there's no alternative, and government is not telling us okay, policy are ready to akwemunye to move us away from landfills to recycling and all other alternatives are used to dispose of waste. Now I've always made this point, sir. They said they promised they were going to diversify the waste sector. Said there should be more players. Mr. Remy Bisa and Ekosiisen, how many players are in the waste management sector? How well are we managing waste? Has it gotten better or it has gotten worse? What is here? And what that means clearly, the strategies are Eddie Tuakwemu. For us to manage, for us to manage our solid waste.
Don't worry.
Oh, she's there.
But I think for one,
baby, I know.
Mama saying, but what person may catch us? Okay, well, finally, this is just food for thought. Let's begin to think about waste segregation. Think about recycling and other alternatives of management. Then I issues no dos. Me do best from.
That time I never pond out. I said
6:30.
That's what I'm running now. I said, "Oh my marathon."
32 minutes.
Me, I can't find in Anka be flat.
Say flat the home kobani yedi.
No, I can't be baby.
No, because we still have 30 more minutes. Mami,
we also because you best number be. You best number be. Nana, you're 6:30. Nana, issues are costing in President helicopter Okofai. Enra, National Thanksgiving service na. But I say reception at Ghana for this year, sad you wino. Meaning, say what ready comments nibia. And Ghana for any cry.
Reactions here,
Nana, social media.
Nana, Ghana for any cry.
Attention.
Nana, I am Pacho, Nana, I
oh, okay. Oh, that's
Nana.
fair.
Ghana for any home.
Okay.
Because some more expect to say, so they also won't read. They felt to say, Nanka, Omo here president with them. na wahunu situation no but say oti helicopter mo na wie mu na o assess
using it
ati cause madarom na ya say ohun yet me pese me ma no
very good
about the Ghana foka the Ghana foka I don't know janu ya words omunu ne se nanka enye helicopter na wo se mampani e sympathize na se such a situation the toso me no so ye simple no say yade National Thanksgiving service no na ma plan ahead kra na die see over 30 people ya hwe nipa ne omugusu count your losses edroso na mampani ni mpanyifo bi na be de ache ni mpanyifo bi timi ko shefita ko dia sa Thanksgiving asia na say obroni beka say they feel so mampani was not being sensitive so at say eno ne de omo eka we presidential staffer from the presidency the Ghana Fokani the na beka kire
say under the situation obi a wona adwene wo ho a obeka was a event but for me as Kosi said prayer cozy prayer is the master key. When you are sick you pray. What did I say? When you are
did I say prayer was a master key?
Oh, I am saying that prayer is the master key.
Because you said like my sister Kosi said.
No. Me kasa wutie. And no my edin. Me kasa wutie. Prayer. Me say as Kosi said, empire. Prayer. Prayer is the master key. In disaster you pray. Do you get me? Bibi twa you pray. Inti you see if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray, I the Lord will heal the land. Otemasi. Unless unless maybe a tikwe atheist.
Me, I'm a practicing Muslim.
Maybe I mean country. Makamazam.
Now we can
oh, I think Okasa man can be you. Okay, come home some crowd with Chile or how was the man Casa.
Oh, David.
And no
I'm taking part of my
Bible verse on say
Nana.
Into the point is that pray anya dia enye. Maybe situation but even in that situation you have to pray. Onyankopon eye onyame a ye bompaye edema no otemase time a flood ne bae no wanom time no so even though they were in the ark they prayed and God mitigated it and no said the president is insensitive. Besides you have to understand they say program no was planned way ahead and sana to arrange me then eba so now the agenda setters I feel I'm sure so they are conferring
Nana okay so na senyam na msete
you know set pan na hwan they are conferring
nada me producer next to you
she's my sister even before
we are all involved to us
into the point is that Omar me ho say na me person me kasa the point is that for prayer obia when you view about it I mean you cannot fault those who say as a sanky postpone it. Do you get me?
On your adwin.
Me see you cannot fault them any view.
Okay.
Nka say me new be I adwin here or there. Don't misquote me.
A question na me bisa wadaro.
Yes, I was there. Yeah, I was there. Me bibi yeah.
Tu se fita.
Me share fita.
It was also
black pins.
Me pam cho me na me bisa questions.
Very powerful like
Ati Kikozi, me na me bisa questions.
Bible verse na wa man nti osaya.
Unim say do time bia utimi saware home.
He man chief.
Otima say Abreho wa me Kristo ni pa. So wo saware home mo kro Nyankopon te hɔ a otimi hu say me bai. There are times wo ra ho but utimi e praise Nyankopon e wa awerehom. And the hokra no utimi te wasem.
Okay.
Otima say utimi te say asemi me bai in spite of everything no. Why then wo de media ni anije aba manim.
Nti nipa eduasa nso
o te dem meche ade na asma person just awerehom kra no you get it you can pray and sometimes pray on a level awo no but ade ya hwehwa to ho dada ya invite asofo ba obia there were very discussions about it. You know, me feel say no dey nyame asem. As I said, the nation nyamensa. Do you understand? Yes, in conform pa nyame asem Nyankopon dey me. There's no way I be a fe nyame ho. Ye better to na say. Aerial view of the president sitting in a helicopter. Mpacho. Dr. Baumia, ade ba call ye me fe no kan chi kama. Let me say Ekosiise didn't go through lessons. Intino. Me share ade na am say mini pe na de ni twi ne mu ate. But I am saying that Dr. Baumia go the same day. He went after Nensio Nati. You don't even know say President Mohammed Sheikh. And when it was raining, did he go? When the storms were going on, was he there?
Helicopter?
No, but helicopter. I am asking you, say when Dr. Baumia Nensio no toy no koyana, was he there?
So we are comparing the two now.
No, you are telling me that Baumia went.
And now also in Sioto non confer in Sionum immediately. So Monday no Monday no piana. Me present here.
That person say President Mahama so on condensium fanana. He went to see helicopter. He went. Okay. Akosia, what did you say? You are telling me say nka wono Dr. Baumia on condensium fanana.
Debi o say ma in Siono tono no we. Na me sinti anko on fancy ni man na no so Monday ama
me pacho
we woke up in the morning for the Minister of Interior to tell us say mo bien fifie me boa ama people were concerned say na you will feel a threat to our own existence. What do we do? As if we're not
in the rain. His Excellency Mahama took a helicopter in bad weather to see an aerial view of what is going on. And then the money is sensitive. I'm asking you. Aerial view. Because Anke fence or far from
drones.
Me pacho, you find the of far from.
Even the risk to him.
So
given that helicopters have crashed before. Even the risk.
In one vein you are telling us say helicopter no fire any your bonnie.
No, the
in another vein you are telling me say a risk.
You are justifying the helicopter.
But you say a risk.
She's drawing your attention.
But it wasn't risky.
Beyond the risk is the insensitivity. Say nipa da so gire nsioma edukra owo ka omo no mpa omanpen afro in shame.
And one kasa we say
go and no ade ni phone.
Debi anya one na work Abena. Anya ono na ka say eni say ye fa nsuo no when there is an alert say yima ye nkwa out.
But who say na baby na odi free ba no say days na omo mienu nyina te say omanpani omanpani efa wiem no enye the same day na na Dr. Baumia call out.
I'm just making an
Manenlande akosua meseo.
There be some points in there na ye.
O de Manenlande say e bia wo kan be si na sem so.
Ordinary communicator science a presidential
staff. Manenlande. Nanaya.
The insensitivity be
what is insensitivity?
Ovia you will respond.
What is the insensitivity?
Kozi, Ovia you will respond. It's Manenlande. It's na this no say enye the same that na say the
they are trying to say His Excellency anko the same day. We want to say in the same way, no san said there was an alert. Say inisi a kwabontin. So which is which?
My God.
The person sat in a helicopter to see an aerial view of Asema Esi. In that bad weather, he put his life for Ghanaians to sit in that helicopter to see, because you see, okay, Enfani so we see from. Even in the rain, the storm and everything, yes, Ghanaians were suffering. But sitting in that helicopter, and it gave them an idea of exactly what the level of the disaster was. I don't think that he was even sitting in to protect himself or anything. So where is the insensitivity? People catch me. Even the fact is wow, boss said it was a risk to his life. Obia no insensitive no. Obeti made in the life at all.
Bad with the moon or see that's even risky.
I am telling no, but you people are telling me say no insensitive. So insensitive to himself or insensitive to Ghanaians. They should tell me.
See, that was the only option. To assess
my which was the other option. When it was raining, okay, give me the options.
Drones were.
They'll give me the options. The drones say no drones, you know, a taking aerial view. He wanted to see himself.
Okay.
Drones
what the baby one kasa will say she. I mean, okay, say drones, and then still you are talking about the fact that he wasn't involved. Drones, they are no involved the cry.
You said what was the alternative to have an aerial view?
I am saying, sir, so on your drones, no, on sea forms. Do you get me? But you said that it was raining at the same time. You are also telling me that the man put his life online.
Gaslighting a beam. About the money.
Oh, do you get me? The man put his life online. In short, I know of it, and man can't just say, Abena, please check your people. I beg you.
And then you are seeking protection. When I was saying, you said, oh, what protection am I seeking?
No, I'm not seeking protection. I'm saying, sir, listen to me. Me person never then generating to you. Do you get me? Because I am saying, sir, give options. Musi nipa ni insensitive. Obi ordin a life at line.
Okay.
Obi a what's not a you a mama kasa said the weather was bad.
Who said the weather was bad?
I am saying, sir,
Musi, you don't know what people are saying about the Thanksgiving, but you know the weather report. The weather report says February, as far back as February, it said that there will be flooding. Ministry of Works and Housing.
But Nana, my area on fiscal measures na Emma Gary project no as little data and make progress. World Bank report
I wanted you to call Honorable at force and said whoever you called no Mante voice in ye meaning say yes. Why don't you also call because we can't sit here to judge him. We can't sit here based on a World Bank report to judge him.
They are the financiers.
Me pacho. When you be took tankru moi. As I see the side of the story.
But Nana, I think say World Bank report.
I am telling you,
Nana
sir,
World Bank report no was released in May 2026. Yeah, was July 2026. Issue yibaye discussions as here and koso.
Have you called
Nana Wadaroma? Say finance ministry, minim say omo a department into public affairs.
Relations department.
Enti say enti mu bi wo ho no de World Bank e de betudwa a yemfa ne say NPP e de a major tool concerning discussion ya di blame no eto no so a e de ne si the department ne kwan say omodi hu nchi mu beba de making kan ya na me refer to a me ne kojo pon committee nkomo na ye Franklin Kujo, and I know Franklin enye the spokesperson for the finance ministry. I know say production tracey binya no na ide nakasa. Enti die na si kwan must we call omo to me respond to.
I am just saying, say, as you've given the opportunity to one side, you should even call Franklin to listen to why he wrote what he wrote. Because journalism is not one-sided.
Oh yes, they are putting in
effort. That is the point. Yes. So, it is good that you also.
Nana Kasa.
It is also good that you call the finance minister or the deputy finance minister to find out what World Bank has said. Why is it so? Truly, because that is one side of the story. Because you all speak like that. Oh, I told you, no parameters looking good. Has somebody spoken to him? As so bit me bisa no not say or not na de ho. I don't know what it is. So yentimi nyam when we haven't spoken to him. What are the impediments anyway? And I say I am pass as my World Bank. So if World Bank speaks, it means a sacrosanct. True. There are times that World Bank spoke in the previous government and they said World Bank Asempa nyampa. But at a point when I was at PURC, World Bank made certain assertions about the PURC and we challenged them.
Do you get me? Their credibility is at stake.
I am not saying their credibility. So nipa no so be can side and our friend what friend normally deputy na money ne kasa. Have you even given him the opportunity to come and speak?
He doesn't like to speak.
No, have you called him? The deputy finance minister Obi Oha bibi ba friend is say ya no afa. No a chechirem meti ha say ya Obi a friend na man ne di nkomo tin. So what has changed? Why can't you call him to find out? And I say maybe what friend dia minim. But as this one is speaking, the analogous to Opojo Ponkroma is even the Ministry of Works and Housing. That a garage early warning system equipment has been put in place. Where is it? Whether it's equipment, whether it's a system, wherever. Why you see? So you call ne counterpart. Our who say either the deputy or master. That is fair conversation. What did they mean? But to put everything in perspective, I want to say, yeah, one side, the other side. Yeah, so yeah, problems are, and I may explain you more. A dying SCC will be at the assembly, or only so certain permits for people to build. Going forward, we need to look at that. And in a larger conversation, looking at even the housing issue at Ghana, I may be desperate called building on certain places. And I met you, I know be can say, made the ball and po, then landlocked areas, not almost the concrete a guso. Not knowing say as the ball and a chef from a bit decomposed.
Okay.
Or to their mention. So we need to have a larger conversation around it. But for me, praying to God, Onyamia oyo nyame. I mean, that one is the ultimate.
Me da say. Big Mo, a concerned citizen in Canada, or say in Canada here, when there's an emergency, the government is able to send an emergency message to everybody that has a phone. This is easy to do, and I think government of Ghana should implement this. And to him, no one say when there's an emergency. When there's an emergency, obi ekita phone, evacuation any idea.
They did morning of the Tuesday, but around 10-11, which was too late.
It was after sensu na twa.
No, but
I think the one I had,
the system exists, but they didn't take advantage of it.
The message I had. The message I had was from the Interior Ministry. Interior Ministry, yes. And at the time, Interior Ministry didn't buy the crime. Now it was after somebody released a buyer interviews on it, and now a buyer. But you see, early. And I say be a beginning now.
Yes.
Not yet be a
I'm even saying the day before, 2 days before, some more forecasting. Instead of make a G meta, some more if this garage machine no necessary early warning system, fancy I implemented that portion of it, which is key. As I said, Monday and as a Sunday anajo. Yetiminya messages for your phone so say adie way babe and then most people are holding phones to mitigate the impact of it.
G Edwefi Cantonment to Sabna kindly inform Nanaya Janto that prayer is good, prayer is the master key, but prayer alone cannot solve our problems as a country.
Nobody saying prayer.
Ghana needs a pragmatic.
You can't take out prayer.
Ghana needs a pragmatic waste management policy.
That is true.
The kind of action plan that would turn all kinds of waste into reusable or non-reusable materials. Such action plan is urgently necessary due to population growth. The government must set a budget for it and see to its proper utilizations. Or say my regards to Kosi and Atik Medase.
Abra, let me take this few minutes. I think can be about waste to energy.
No, Pacho.
Let's
deal with the issue.
First of all,
let's grant here 1 minute.
Today I haven't started with
Pacho. Nana, I was so young within 1
minute. Yes, I'm saying that waste to energy will be a energy sector.
Okay.
Waste so many people come to you wanting to do waste to energy. But the kind of waste here and breaking it down.
Yeah. Because we don't segregate the waste.
You can recycle bin and you solid waste. Into the solid waste go a solid waste. Now the recycle ne and no can be used. Baby our places are working. Into the solid waste abroaches how the solid waste could go recycle ma. You find the ma it's me fro or court to crampo ma be yano. So the kind of waste that we have, we wish we could use it to augment the energy sources that we have. But it is not for proposals a damn.
So we start with segregation.
But when they go there, a problem. Obi okwa stress segregation. How do we do it? This is where the local authorities and the assemblies should start looking at it seriously.
Okay. But I say, Kosi, me bacho mami till 5 minutes.
Oh, say your kafa Dr. Baumia who say I didn't shoot on one film. I take exception to it, and I think it was very, very uncalled for and very, very disrespectful to the former vice president. Because
no one can say
your before you bet na hano. near culture say social media for including even NDC supporters found it difficult to appreciate this footage, the content say ote helicopter mo. Now Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, who has been a former vice president before, at the very least showed empathy and commiserated with those affected the very next day. Inti enye se Obeka se ade na nsuo to no one film. After all, nsuo no for the most part it started 3 a.m. on Monday. And ameboa. Yet government had been warned by Ghana Meteo. We report on as far back as February it says nsuo beto pa this year. Again, ne Bible verse no my no. Celebration no seden yo. Ecclesiastes 3 verse 4. Ye wo mre a ye di agro. Ene ye wo mre a ye dey. And the time to dance. Yes, sir. There's a time to what? Weep and there's a time to laugh. There's time to mourn and there's time to dance. Yes, that's what Ecclesiastes 3 verse 4 says. A time to weep and a time to laugh. No, because it's backing the sentiment of majority of the people. Okay. A time to mourn and a time to dance. Maybe a trim. Me name mami paying at the studio ha. BBBAC under MPP and yes se ono ena affecting it directly and then ebusu ni bi affecting since omoba abemu BBAC bia atorenchem calamity ono ni nebusuafo ne ho son. She's not affected by anything.
How? What are you talking
about? Yes, to the point where as a staffer Asempa in the history of this country, according to them, per the Minister of Interior, saying say being sida. Social media social media.
But you are talking about two different things.
But if you are coming to speak on this very matter,
you are telling me
it is important. Please,
it is
not just your personal opinion that you champion here.
Me, sir. This one I will not take it.
You take it, please.
You said the social media
in this instance
is against it. And I'm saying, social media. You are asking
manage, Mr.
No, but you were asking me, sir. Listen.
Oh, the Bible verse.
You were asking me, sir.
Submission.
You are asking me, sir.
And then the mischief, no, and a mischief.
And then mischief.
Let me.
And I'm saying, me social media.
She's praying you a very good office for protection.
No, please, I beg you.
Mr.
What I am saying is,
I will repeat.
You are not entitled to protection.
Why is she protecting me? No,
I will repeat it.
She's not protecting me.
She needs protection from your interjection.
Look, there was a time me mami paint na TV so over the most difficult, painful decision. This government, our government, over a global crisis. Just a revenues need challenges. One of the government had to undertake the infamous DDEP. TV so on behalf of those affected. Sebe omusika who interest was slashed though. It's not that they lost their money but there was a deferred payment on when they will get their money. And then Nipa 37 is where are your tears? Nipa 37.
But you know when I have cried.
Where are your tears?
My dear, because you didi matem. Omu frame me cry. Into I mudi matumus mo page so.
Because people will mock you. Fair enough.
You don't even
know. My point
you don't even
that
know
when people die, you won't cry because you won't cry in public because no. That's all I wanted to hear.
What did you want to hear?
Accra's flooding crisis. Because Ghana I've said during the show. The vision the Buzia government had, a broader
Kwame
vision.
Nkrumah had the same vision.
May I finish?
Kwame Nkrumah had the same vision.
Kwame Nkrumah party and that vision. Well, now you're general secretary. You should have championed that vision. And the very least, even become a flag bearer.
When I'm over Pam, when I flag bearer.
CPP. Mr. Nkobet my flag bearer.
When I catch it, I was my flag bearer.
And now
when I did mammy,
okay.
You could
have become.
I come over Pam, no.
General secretary. Hey, and you're very strong.
Yes, we are strong.
But let's come back to it. I'm happy you feel we are strong.
Frame and a bad me. That's like no person me flag bearer.
Messi Subio.
Nana.
MPP. Okay, BBAC Biano. me mami pay na ya agentwa na enyo no na directly impacted na busuani anani hu nipa bia e affected no it is fact
enwesi beka bi che me
government ba ye nema bebre enkoyie she is not affected ye ka che ni say enkoyie menti you
how many times no aka
me nana no mun kan jam you this is what you are telling to the people
you are telling this into a joke what are you talking about
you are turning into a joke
yeah because
it's not me person me
I am not doing social media I don't know if she say bonnet do not everybody me tie news I was TV so I am a conventional media person.
Not social media.
Me a conventional media person.
Respectful.
Me tie news, me tie yi.
I can't 5 minutes.
1969 Buzia government in share.
Since I near Kadia Kwame Nkrumah to
she's only speaking what she.
Are you so bothered?
Akosia.
Don't get triggered when dry bones.
Akosia 1 minute.
Who are the dry bones?
Me say don't get triggered. They say a proverb.
They pro na phone.
Okay. Ati, Mpacho.
No, let me finish.
Yes,
that's my thing.
Because we have just 4 minutes to land.
See, I think on today's show you have failed to protect me.
Okay.
And to some extent.
It's allowed. Akosia, we mama na yen
since 1962, and I'm saying this because 50 years initially as far as Greater Accra is concerned, a bededi. 1972 coup thwarted and I say a tremu say initially 50 years later, the same MPP control program that MPP, which comes, what is this? People have died. We are being serious. 50 years later, a party that came out of the Progress Party, ACO, World Bank, a source of funding, which when your interest a rolling out program, Sebi, Muse mo ye reset maba aturenchem kese sesi omanpen se mimbesi form inhwe victims metna hiemu na mahwo nda the next day no they no ye announce 20-year plan. This is an article is he new to the president?
Okay.
He was here between 2012 and 2016. He has lost touch, and I'm saying so because Oya staff our Hano, she's indicated saying he's lost touch with the people who in the room said, "Oh man, pay so I dey how free their debut because now no yana is nipa 8. Now what's now the year then? What would you how would you feel what they are feeling by just looking down on it? But the lesson for me, and I repeat, that if you do not plan beyond settings, your own optics will what? Expose you.
May I say I take 1 minute?
1 minute, sir.
1 minute.
That's not fair.
1 minute.
We'll be at 5 minutes. Who's here? 6:30. I got 3 minutes.
I have we've not been to do.
Since I've been denied my right to 5 minutes, I'll make do with what you've given. The American say media, and I agree with me opinion. Nanaya, on this issue of energy to waste, look, we need to first start with waste segregation. It is doable. And that's why I'm saying, sir, if we consider Ekosiise as a major national crisis, these are the things they say. When you say the whole of Ghana, we don't have a national sanitation law. All we have is bylaws. Those are bylaws. We don't have a national sanitation law. But looking at policies are generated and laws are made given your circumstance. We are highly undisciplined. And if you appeal to the conscience of a Ghanaian without any sanctions regime behind it,
so enforcement.
Exactly. And enforcement is another. Beyond enforcement, so logistics. Young fan say, I want to dispose of my waste, but I've walked like 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers, there's no dumpster anywhere, no dustbin anywhere.
Okay.
What do you think is going to happen? Nti anka banwe efa adi very seriously anka omonim eso moye. But mamimfa we 350 million. When you say Ghana, what politicians are very good at is the procurement economy.
Okay.
Relief items amamfo bekwa koto. Omu koto amamfo benya kickbacks. So why is it that when we could have done the things to prevent such disaster?
Okay.
And now we are voting 200 million to go and buy. Yes, is this what we need as a country?
But I say, I take Mohammed and our tenant, your social commentator. Akosua Manu Kozi, NPP communicator, Sansuya advisor on gender and social protection, Omo flag bearer office NPP, and Nanaya Atempim Jantua, Nanaya presidential staffer. Na yes, sorry so. Nyame Duma September, Nyame Duma September, Jumadi Sunkubi Ebaso, Ewo, Woodbridge, Virginia, best 6 p.m., red carpet, 8 p.m., your main event, Divine Word event place, Sania Awards and Gala 2026. It's Woodbridge, one more Virginia, you know, it's a huge event every year. Sankofa, network, so it's Monkai, September 19th, when you na Monfa Odomo na Munkosia na ya da kon Sankofa DJ Ras na Munko support no ewo honom na okay when so or say way to Esther Awonu also to the most driven and inspiring woman I know. May this year be your best one yet. Keep shattering ceilings, breaking barriers, and building the life you love. I believe in you. Ohineba Kwame Danso Jr. and I wish Esther Awonu a happy birthday. Edia mejeso ene Abena Opokua. Renie production crew na Dominic Isiaboa. Kwakuchum Barima, Omani ne Kwabena Asante, Philippo Sebunsu, Bengazi, Ekuya Boachiwa Yadom, and Ajowo Omo Etamachi, Yaduasi.